wash. And you do so be our dear. It is a system on the drone. Moka be said contemporary. Dear, any pan on your one, I will buffer. Oh, Bama said you will see in Abejato. Do head the
Mesanso Mawakaba about talk attainment at GhanaWeb TV. And then evangelist Diana Asamoah, to our friend Mama Diana and a baby didn't come. Mama, Yamawakwaba.
Yeah, Anna.
Yeah, yeah. I am mammy.
Yeah,
aha. Well, why if a pa? Why if a pa? So, obi who would done so who physical, no don't say, we are very young and kasa.
That's it.
Ye dear Adiasi.
And when you're ready,
Mama, you will say back home has say, not yes, she, a year, no, Yama was soon, Juma weddy. Udi evangelist Diana Asamoah na chese ukanya kopon asem ochi akra manyame obi besusu say height a wedu pembe so a wedu na ebi mpa na aka wo se what ministry bi ne ade but until sorry e dey nti na we evangelist so sanso tunum na te say bia se na bia akofo tumi to part say omo beto asori na enu nwunye bi
me da se na me chia wa hwefo ne wa tiefo nyina so Ejuma we no wose wan fa mfiri sura mawa untumi nye enti ansana obi betua na mawo se me yenwuntuni me yesempakani me sa akote asore no na ye eni a wate
okay
enti meka se minyante saane no na metenso a metu saana mo
okay since enu nchiremu ne
bacho
you edase na ye ka wahase na se bia wokenka ho sema dimba ko epem ye Reverend Yaboama ono no wuhia ne mrebe mu na enim se numu na wode wo first album mu na menye gina ho ebai
Reverend Pastor Yaboama yobi a meme ye osempakani ya sempaka na mu no miswa nyina na yade eda makoma so se minyina metonwum
oh okay
nti na metonwum miswa no makada se mene nkola ofia na mene me size wo fie dranwumra meboa wo mo ano na mimi lady na me de wo mu twa efie ho sia bi wo kure du Easter ana de ba akopa nso ne se na me papa kira de wo asante mampon na edru weekend ana say odeme kwa that time bus bi ne friend tata bus o twa me ticket mama me trance me hwe nipa nanimu atoto dwom saa na me koba ne fifire timi na ka ni mo mu busa na hwan bani se me papa so hu saa na ofere to ya no amoa me mesumintime moa me hu nipa ne pe na adenaba nti enwom to ne de me dame na yam na me awrade de dom me na bibia wo ne bre because me sakura na me che ansa na me nante sa na me papa na me ma me ka
na mfi be sai ansa
me che for be 2 years enti me che for mo no ade ana me ma me ne me papa se me ye ne se mitimi tira fa akon ho metonwum saa ne anwum bia na awrade me ye smart se me suade enso nwum bia mete se ye to bia no na a record masom nti edidi mua na nyame breso ya na me preachi ka ma dwom ne ade ti da ko bi mako preachi dwakese me ba Kumasi baby freho Roman hair ti mi twamu na sa area ho na Pastor Boama tie freho bompata nti me hwese obi di machia na sa week na manya dream na makomi papa bia sorry Peter Kwabra me papa Peter Kwabra nyame fa ne kransie wa film ti me koye no ɛna awurade ma me minister saa minya me kasa saa bre sindi nwom to saa ti yewie na wo me waso dem nye dae mu obi o waso obi a tefe fom su ti papa no ye sori ya na wose na obi akoduru fie a awurade bebie nani ampa ye pon be 1 o'clock awia e call madam fu bi ho ko same ko rest na e kakra makopri kem mi da hona na mi hu se makopie e kwan bi so na brother bi abehia me na waso me nsa de makowura baabi e ho nyunyunu ene ye de helmet ni bi ahyehye maso sabre na minim se ye kan helmet o se ye kan
ma de bi na wo di studio na earphones akesi bi no okay
no me helmet
nya no earphones akesi ni bi you
to de share maso saa no ana daye ni mo me tia konwa bi so na e twa ne ho ene demu ho nyunu ti mani tiye na de chenye na ye Friday Saturday Sunday Monday Tuesday Wednesday ana me shia Pastor Boama to shia me no odi machi na no sister nyo na ya oprichi dwom no me mfi no kra asem we da bia me kaza me nim so obese me pe na mfi no kra
na wasayeshi
ana wose onti wo hwe se de mai me no sister mpacho nya nwuma abeto ho ana mba afom na wose ni mi enko fi nti ye koye na wose wono so adoma chede anyame de ama no se otwere nwum na obo ye nua ba sisiri ama afude na wose opese obo ame na me so nti ho ana misuba ni nyina te koye ti ye koye no wose ya wadabra na ye wukuyada na wose ade achi amemra nko bompaye na msu nti ya wada me koye na wose me ko bompaye na de nyame de na msu wenya mpae bo na me kura Friday ene Awurade ma me hu nti no
ti sana uni Reverend Yabo amashai na ababe sisa mi
studio
man ti studio no enu nwa na mokọ hyehyẹ first album na anche kra
ene de bae
ene okay until the buy no first project na sing na nkofu jetum eno na ma wo launch ya na nwum beng na beka say ene na ye wo hit song
first project no enam se na ye ni sika ne ade nti no ese etofom kakra
wona me
eno kura wona mani agira wono nti enum na ye de ko hu me papa friend prince
okay
oso mu a Awurade nam ne so ma ye de ko di udie yedu
Deradiase. Mas say right our albums yes 6.
Me albums.
Nani
right no. You 8.
Okay. Nze say ama ya ye do echi all this year so we so that be na mama die na the 9th one be payers.
On say the Awurade nam me papa nam so ma ye de ba abonten no. Eye enwum bi a ache.
Okay.
Nti me papa ba ko friend Reverend Robert Asomadu na da ko bi wasora na kai ona wo ba ntama siesi no se mama wonnum no eye kama so youth ni nyante nti esese o mi esa started dani ani
okay
na youth no
selection went, the tweaks he made came to the party. We can only encourage him to do better.
All right. If you just tune in, this is GhanaWeb Football Mundial. We're coming to you all the way from Doha, Qatar. It's a special edition of our show. If you're joining us on Facebook Live. We'll bring you more of these as the Black Stars hopefully progress beyond the group stages of the tournament. Ben, obviously when there's victory, we are going to bask in it, but would you say there are deficiencies with this team, and where would those deficiencies be, and how would they correct it going forward?
Well, I saw some deficiencies in the first game, which has especially with that position. Now, clearly, we've seen that in the situation that I'm going to explain because we're not sure that for me, Tariq Lamptey starting ahead of Alidu was a very good one because we have all seen what happened.
Because we have a lot of options on the right.
Yes,
yes.
So Alidu actually is not a right back. He's a centre back, right? So, but he can play.
Yeah, and I thought he did play at left back compared to DM as well.
Exactly. So, I mean, for me, we've kind of solved some deficiencies in the team, and it was good we saw what these guys could do in that game. Clearly, it gives the coach options. It gives him a lot of more ideas, and the admission from the first game that we didn't get things right, and that it was good to change the strategy, which we saw him there. Is what makes me excited going into the game against Europe.
The game against Korea was twice. Literally a similar scenario. And I'm asking myself that does this team not have a set piece coach? We need to do some serious work on our set pieces, especially because one, we have bigger defenders, taller, exactly Korea, they were jumping and they were getting to balls first, and that was very problematic for me. And it was only after they saw their first situation, so let's try to exploit it. So I think that's the situation our team has to deal with. What I'm happy about, basically, Ben touched on it, that we're creating chances. You know, the funny thing is, in the past, we've been guilty of creating a lot of chances and not putting them away. In this tournament, I think our efficiency has been right up there. We don't really create a lot. We basically solve everything that falls our way, and that's very encouraging for a Black Star team like this. When you talk about that, I'm happy about, I think the first moment we that's definitely important for us. He's been playing in this team for looks very comfortable.
I wasn't sure I was going to do well, but he's really
for a defensive midfielder, he's very comfortable in possession. I just saw a couple of moments where I thought he had space to shoot, but he was reluctant. But I mean, his primary job is not to shoot. His primary job is to tidy up things in midfield. And I thought that he's covered himself in a lot of glory. One thing I also think we've done pretty well is actually using our laterals. Our laterals have been a big part of how we play in this competition. Tariq also is tired, but all in all, I feel like Tariq has done well, Salis has done well as this thing. And then Inaki Williams, look, he's coming for some question marks for his performances in the last 2 games. And yesterday, I was upset with him myself because that was one of my first things. And like you rightly said, the morning after you have a lot more clarity to how things played out. If you watch the game, he made runs or he set himself apart and the balls never came. I mean, if you are playing me as a target man, the least you can do for me is to give me some sort of life. And we saw in one instance where he was actually given a through pass, he made a good run, set Kofi through, and if Kofi first touch had been good enough, that would have been in the back of the net. And so, yes, he's not scored a goal. We would want him to hit the ground running because he's a big player. He's from the offensive half of the pitch. Nobody else is doing that for us, and I think that that's been a big problem for our team. Nobody triggers the press up front. Every time we win the ball, it's either our defenders recovering the ball off the opponent or our goalkeeper distributing from the back. It's not good enough. So I feel that's one thing Ottawa needs to look at. Pressing from the front. If you are multiple players up front in the front three or even the front two, you need somebody who is actually willing to work hard. He's worked hard for the team. I want to believe that in time his goal will come, but he's been able to.
We'll come to the Uruguay game.
Oh, how could I be? I mean, I thought that was obvious because let's again, right? Like somebody was playing. This is his first major tournament. I remember in the where he was aged and was clamoring. He was going to come on the next play, never arrived. He's now arrived at the World Cup, and we now understand why there was that problem for him. Again, he also looks like he's been playing national team for as long as I can remember. That composure to get that goal when we're level with the Koreans, that was top-notch stuff because a lot of players would have blasted that ball over the top, coolly slotted that ball in, and his demeanor just tells you that he feels like he belongs here, and I think that's what I like the most about him. Look, if you're a player, sometimes your form can desert you, your confidence will desert you based on how you think. But when you look at Kudus as a player, you can tell that even when he's not playing well in the football game, he's hard on himself because he has very high standards of his own self, and that's important for us. He's been an absolute star. I think that he can only get better.
Ben, your highlights of the game before we come to the Uruguay game. What are the things that you've seen that you like that must be reinforced?
Well, I think I'll start with Kudus. He's been brilliant. It was expected, especially with the form in which he was coming into this tournament. He's been brilliant.
Yeah, 2 goals. That is at the Champions League level. He's doing it at the World Cup level. It's going to be a hot league.
That price tag just went.
Yeah, 2 goals in 2 games. That's why I was so furious when people were clamoring for him to join their team.
Now I don't think Everton can afford it.
How do you even think of Kudus joining?
He wanted to.
So like for me, he's been our star man. In all the games we've seen him play, he's been brilliant. And I've been excited for his play. We can also talk about Sisi. About having lots of contributions about our first choice would be our local got injured. Was the other for it as well. So but look at what was Sisi is even in the tournament by chance.
Yeah.
And he's actually started his first major tournament, which he started was in New Zealand 2015 when he was into the season. We also know how good he was. He's very good at club level, but with the Black Stars, you tend to look at his confidence and it's always not there. But in this tournament, Yeah,
after the game, how they
made 4 crucial saves for us. Amati has never had a bad game since he started playing for the Black Stars, and that's a positive for us. And for Salis to come in, as Ben said, you know, for some time now, we've been used to that Amati partnership, which has worked very well for us. But with Salis to come in now, we even have to think.
So it's still Joseph Edu.
Yeah, Joseph Edu is still there. We have to think among the 4 or the 3 who you drop. And for me, it's a bit hard on Jacob, but you can't blame the coach because these guys are also playing very well, and that's a major positive for us. So in terms of our back line, I'm very okay. But midfield service, for somebody who just got a call up, his first game for the national team was against Switzerland. Second was against Portugal. And the confidence with which he plays with. And that's what he said. There were moments that you could wait. I thought that okay, he needed to take a chance to shoot, but that's not his primary responsibility. His responsibility is to distribute the balls and make sure that they don't get punished and put too much work on that defense, which is doing.
So the midfield is also gradually looking good as well. Because Elisha on the bench.
Elisha is on the bench.
Kupicha is hardly starting.
That's the thing.
We have good problems.
Yeah,
yes.
Which is good for us. Only if you get a coach who will understand all these things and make it work. And for the partnership he has developed with Thomas Partey, brilliant. And I think people, maybe if I can say, have just been criticizing Partey, and it hasn't really worked for me because yes, we all expect Partey to be the Partey we see who can recover Arsenal, but the dynamics are different. And it's not like he's not playing well.
He is playing well.
He's playing very well. It's just that we are expecting too much of Partey, which we are not getting. I think that's the problem here. And for me, that's also a major positive. The only challenge I have is our forwards. Actually, Williams is able to hit the ground running and start scoring goals. But at this tournament or after this tournament, I think we should be very fine. The positives are way too late to build on. And we just have to settle. Maybe it's too early to talk about the technical direction. But we need to have a finality to that. To be able to settle on who is our man to take us to the future. This tournament, we always say, came too early for these couple of players. Playing this tournament and having another one, I'm sure in the near future, we should be dreaming of ending that trophy.
Ben, that's surprising to have 2 Bens. What would realistically be a good outing for the Black Stars? I mean, Ben just said that in a couple of years this team could win a trophy. But what realistically would be a good campaign, irrespective of what happens in the Europa game?
I think just leading the group stage would be great for us because look, we are the lowest ranked team in the competition on paper. If you look at the team that we are competing against, most of them have more star power than we do. So just being able to make it out of this group in itself will be a great achievement for this team. This is a very young team. We are the youngest team in the competition as well. And so for us to be able to achieve that would be great. But you can always dream further, but you always need to think about what is immediately ahead of you. Uruguay is a difficult task to scale, but I think that for Toronto and his challenges, being able to leave this group stage would be a big deal for them because not only about giving us a chance coming to play against Ronaldo. We have Darwin Nunez and Edinson Cavani waiting for us. Son could not contain us. So I just think that the group, round of 16, but would have been us exceeding expectations. So I'll take that. If we do a quarterfinals, I think that would be an excellent display for us.
Okay. No, probably maybe I just want to touch on that. Sure. I think that we have overachieved because many
already.
Yes, we have.
We're still in the group stage.
No, we've overachieved.
In terms of performance,
just by winning. No, just by winning the South Korea game. Because I don't think many thought that would be a winning game. At this tournament.
And it gave us a good
yes, and the performance as well. So for me, we've overachieved. Be able to get into the round of 16.
We've been the best African team at the tournament.
Exactly. And people were always talking about Senegal, Morocco, Tunisia. Tunisia are out. There's no way Cameroon will qualify. This morning I was telling a friend that there's no way Cameroon will qualify because your next game is against Arsenal. Definitely, but so will beat you. So you exit the tournament, which is the point. For us, we've been able to be good. Irrespective of whatever happens in the game against Uruguay,
we should go there.
We just have to build on what we started here. The future looks bright for our team. If we get to around 16, I'll be super excited. But if we're not able to do that, I think that we still have to build these guys for what they can by virtue of the performance you've seen in those 2 games and also the results we got yesterday.
Are some other players you would want to see given a run like shows, and a lot of booking, a free ban, obviously a darling back home. At some point, do you think they are going to get a chance? Because this is going to get tougher, and the stakes will be higher, and at that point, you want your best players and your trusted soldiers to go on the battlefront. Do you think these players are going to get a chance?
Talking about players I would love to see, I think Semenyo impressed me against Switzerland. His hold up play was brilliant, and he looks like he's that kind of guy who can do it all. On the wings, he can drift in, up front. I don't think I saw him lose one-on-one physical battle with anybody. He's very, very strong on the ball, and that's the kind of player we need against a team like Uruguay, because they're very physical side. They're going to put their elbows in your shoulder. They're going to put their fingers in your eyes, and they are that kind of team. So we need we need a very tough guy physically, and I mean, for what he's done, I definitely think he's one guy who should at least get a run out of this team. Kofi Chirel, we've seen glimpses of what he can do, but it's been nothing but glimpses, and that's not good enough. For a guy of his technical quality, he deserves more time to be able to show us what he can do. Again, in a game like what we're going to possibly play against Uruguay, I think it's going to be a game of such fine margins that you might have to decide a game from dead ball situations or from a cross, and to show that when it comes to delivering crosses and dead balls, he literally is the best in the business in our team. And so, if for nothing at all, I'd like to see him in a game where he's allowed to run off maybe 30 minutes. I mean, properly stretch out his legs so we can see what he can do. And then I'm not seeing us play any of our inverted wingers as well. Kamal Soa has been brilliant for Club Brugge all season. He's one guy that I want to see lace it up and also show us what he can do. He brings a very different dynamic to our game. A lot of pace, he can cut in, he can cross the ball as well, he can shoot from distance. And so I'd like to see Kamal Soa just to see what he brings when we decide to change tactics and decide to approach the game from a different angle. So yeah, I think those are at least three of the players I want to see.
Oh, Bukari.
I think we've seen Osman already. We know what he can do. I've watched him extensively. We know his capabilities. I think that he's being deployed on the basis of what the team needs at the point. And so I think that with Osman, it's all well and good with him. We know what to expect from him. Otuado is somebody who trusts Osman Bukari, and so he's not too much of a question mark for me because I know what he brings to the table. But these other guys, it's always just been flashes and flashes. We need to see like some real substance that we can hold on to, especially for future. Like we just need to see a little more of him because you can deploy him in so many ways. He can do so many things for your team if you play him out there. And so I think we deserve to see a lot more of future. Yesterday he had a poor first that led him. I think that would have resulted in a goal. But I mean, if I'm on the bench for very long spells and I come in, sometimes I need to warm myself into a game, and so I don't really blame him or something like that. But I would love to see him in that game against Europe.
But I mean, after the show, they really thought, that made a very good case for local players, and maybe he could get a look in at this tournament.
You think realistically, it's at this stage? I think at some point, we need to just give him some minutes. We've seen how local players have shined at the World Cup 2016. That's unfortunate. There have been young players in 2010. So, I mean, Fatah and all that as well.
Yeah. So
we still have the opportunity to give him a chance, and with knowing the kind of player he is. Remember, we get this hungry. We get back to the line. It's not going back to the line. The guy wants to jump the shape, so he's wild. So these are the players you want to give the opportunity. So if the body decides to go, I'll be very delighted. And especially what we've seen of the Iraqi Williams. I'm not saying Iraqi is a bad player, he's a brilliant player, but it's not worked for him. And this is a tournament. He needs goals. Yesterday, but for Kudus, Iraqi would have traded for all the barriers. You understand? So it gets to a point where you won't goals, you won't have the goal come. And there is movement in the Switzerland game. I think that if you put somebody like Kifie Bani in the game, keep him like 15 minutes, he will run, he will make sure at least he excites people, excites himself, also going to put himself in the markets himself very well. So these are some of the things you need to look at. The motivational aspect of how the boy wants to play. He wants to play for himself, he wants to play for the Ghana League, he wants to play for the people to talk about him. So you put such a player in. So I'll be happy if he gets those minutes and if he's able to get it, it will be in the right direction. And for a player like Future, people always say they don't get it, why we are not able to play Kudus and Trey. But mind you, now there's a Salis in the equation, but also Andrea.
you have to find a way to.
Yeah, and Andre is very important in our team. minutes, although we know his age.
Yeah.
And
Maybe not last 90 minutes, but
yeah, of course. I mean, but you need his organizational skills, his leadership is much needed on the pitch. Yesterday, it got to a point, even when they scored, when the Koreans equalized, how he was talking to the players, clearly you need that leader on the pitch. Partey is not that kind of leader. Amate to a large extent can do the job of Andrew, but when you have Andrew on the pitch, he does all of these things. So it becomes very difficult for you to play all these players in the midfield. So you always need to create space for Andrew. But when you get to like the 70th, 75th minute, that's when you can bring some of these players in. Yes, for future, but I would love to see future play, get more minutes than what we've given him. He's a brilliant player. He means that. Kamal as well. Kamal should be given a chance to play this World Cup. And surprisingly, we used more than 20 of the 26 players we brought in, which we need to do that. Yes, the stakes are high. No, the stakes are high, but you know, all these players that we brought in, the 26 are capable of playing. That's why we brought them.
But the two goalkeepers will hardly get a look in the first choice. So
I'm talking about outfield players. So the outfield players, even Fatal Isako, I'm a big fan of Fatal Isako coming to this World Cup because I thought that the other players would deserve the opportunity to come. But he's already here. He's a brilliant player. But I would love to see if we at least give some minutes in the future, get more minutes than we've given him. Come out so hard. It will be so unfair on a young man to sit throughout the bench for us to go out with how well he played in the UEFA Champions League for club, which the Prof has already had this chance. He's played. We know that in his position there are already two well-established players for us currently there. So even if he's not getting much time, we understand. But at least he's going around. So we'd love to see some of these players also get opportunities.
Right, so those are the views of my guests today. I've got Benjamin Nketia and Benedict Usudankwa from City and from Asase Radio. We're having a conversation about the Black Stars game against South Korea yesterday. Very high tension, nerve-wracking game at the stadium. If you were watching on television and you were nervous, you can imagine us watching from the stadium, looking on and hoping that we could just, go through and scale through to the end of the game. It was tension for the final 10 minutes or so of the game. But we lie to ourselves that we don't love the Black Stars. We do love the Black Stars to bits, and we're hoping that they would make Africa proud at this tournament. We'll wrap up our conversation with the Yoruba game and then touch briefly on the performances of the African sides at this tournament. Tunisia already was out of the competition, out already. But Uruguay, let's talk about revenge, destiny, having a very funny sense of humor, and bringing us to a point where we deny them progression to the next stage of the competition. Even though ours was bigger, we're almost at the semi-final. What should the approach be? This revenge mentality, should it be?
I don't subscribe to it at all, because the Uruguayans are mentality monsters, and if there's any team that can play your emotions against you, it's Uruguay. If you come into a game wrapped up in emotions and wanting to get revenge and all that, these guys are skilled at the dark arts of football. You'll end up getting the player of your set off. You might end up having to play the game 10 against 11. It's about focus. 3 points is all you need, and draw at best is all you need. I think that we should be more focused on getting our tactical setup right against these guys, because again, I talk about crosses. With Nunez in the box. Look, for all we say about Nunez not being a great finisher for Liverpool this season, he's gradually settling down. He's getting the goals. In his national team, his people speak his language. The Uruguayans have some of the best aerial prowess there is in the game. And it's in Cavani and Nunez. They will wreak havoc in any team against any opponent. And so you want to be prepared for that type of threat going into a game like that. You want to be prepared for the long haul, because now they are in a desperate situation, and so you need to play the game as if they are the ones who are desperate for the win, and not go out there thinking that you need to be the one who's overly aggressive. Yes, I would like us to be aggressive, but we need to be able to manage that game properly. Managing that game will probably see us through, because like I'm saying, we're in a better position than they are. They haven't scored a single goal in the competition. I mean,
That's for the kind of quality they have.
Scored a single point, and that's something that will be playing on their minds. I'm sure they're looking at us, they're looking at our standards and saying, wow, Ghana have conceded 5 already, 2 goals. If there's any team we can score against in this group, they are the ones that we're going to get our goals against. And so we need to be prepared for that. we need to take the right players into that game. I think that for Otoano, again, right, if you're a footballer from Ghana, that game should be self-motivational for you. You don't need anybody to tell you that this is a game you need to win. But first of all, you need to remind yourself that it's a football game. It's 90 minutes, and after 90 minutes, it's on to the next one. I mean, what's the essence of this whole revenge factor? You're probably going to end up losing the game anyway. I mean, it would be more painful if Luis Suarez ends up scoring against Ghana again. And if you know Suarez, he's the ultimate villain. He is very much the kind of guy who will score again against Ghana and just raise hell everywhere, raise your blood pressure even more. So for me, I think that they will play on our emotions if we let them. And so we need to drop that narrative of going to get revenge against Uruguay. Go out there, look for your 3 points, look to manage the game well, look to deal with their aerial threat as a team, because they will look to attack us through the air. I think we should be fine.
Ben, yesterday when I spoke to Andre, he said, let's talk about revenge. It's not on their mind, because if there's anyone who's talking about revenge, it's him, because he's the only player in the squad who played in that game in 2010. So only surviving member of that squad. Which players do you think should be deployed? The same setup against South Korea, or you think there should be some tactical tweaks?
I'll come to that, but you know, the last time a player spoke about revenge, wow. When Liverpool lost the Champions League, he spoke about revenge. He lost, and after the UEFA Champions League draw, that Liverpool be playing Roma again. We have been saying, so you always have to take that from your mind. But I just want to believe that Ochoa will pull out all out. I am not a fan of defensive football. That's why I love Pep Guardiola today. Because you open up, you play and play very well. So that's what we should do. We shouldn't think of getting the draw. We need to go in with a mindset that we need our 3 points. This is a bit our team. We went toe to toe with Portugal in some aspects of the game, and we can do the same with Uruguay. They've not won the game so far. They drew their first game, they lost their second game. So that should really motivate you to look at this is a team. If I open up and play, I should be able to beat. And we need to have that mindset. Let's not go into the game thinking that we're going to defend and draw. Very dangerous. Also about the revenge, you need to forget about that. See, and Ben mentioned something, and I also said it this morning, that talk about revenge. Luis Suarez, 5 of those players that played in the game of 2010 are in their team. And likely to, yes, Godin is in there, you have Caban, you have Luis Suarez, Muslera, the goalkeeper, is also in. So you have these players who understands and knows of what happened back then. In our team, even Andrea, you spoke about it, he didn't play that game, he was on suspension. You understand? That's what gives him entirely the opportunity to play in this squad. So we just need to focus on what we want to do. We can leave that to the fans. Let's not use that as a motivational factor for the players and say, because they defeated us in 2010, 12 years ago, we need to do that at all costs. When you go in that way, the players will go in with a certain mindset, which will not help. Let's just go in, play our normal football. Let's get our tactics right, our formation right. And now we have people who keeps the same starting team he played in this year. Because I don't see why we should make changes from the starting team when all these players played very well in the first half. In the first half, we're literally in the first 20 minutes, we're literally down.
Yeah.
But those two crosses, the brilliance of Jordan, you change everything. Let's do that. It builds the confidence of these players. If Jordan and his confidence is out there, you drop him,
it goes down again. Give him the opportunity, give him that run. So I don't want to see what happened maintain the starting team he used against Korea.
Maybe as the game progresses, well, the in-game argument is for him and we will look at that. But we should be fine.
But I know we'll get it for him. If we lose, I'll be fine. Because where we're getting to for me is okay. Like, guys, what's playing on my mind? This semblance of the 2006 World Cup for me. The semblance of it when we went to the Africa 2006, like the first round, people went to the World Cup, did well.
You know why I say that? I'm afraid for Cruz, because he has a yellow card away from suspension. And if he gets a yellow card in a game against Uruguay, it's very physical. It reminds me of the Asian situation in 2006. We met Brazil in the round of 16, and he was on suspension. And I just have this.
Andrea is also the right back, Derek Nante as well.
It's crazy.
Look, I always say that in football, play your football to your fullest ability and think about everything else later. If Kudus is going to go into the game against Uruguay thinking that I might get booked for a game that I haven't been qualified for yet, it might be suicidal. Just play the game out and see what happens. You don't control the future. And for somebody who's in midfield, I don't think he's a suspension risk as much as the defenders, because even in the game where he picked up, it was a reckless yellow card. It's not the kind of yellow card that you would pick up every now and then. I mean, he's an attacker, so for most part he's pretty safe, and so I think that he should not think too much about missing the next game, because it will affect your game. Now you'll be holding yourself back, you'll be watching tackles that you can go into, you won't go into them, and it might leave your team exposed. And so you want to play to the best of your ability and leave the future to take care of itself, because what is the essence of stressing about the yellow card and then you eventually get eliminated and you don't get to play the game that you're worrying about anyway. And so just deal with what you have to deal with, stay in the present, try and do your possible best and see what happens. But like Benedict rightly said, honestly, I would like to see us go out to the group, because I've seen like the performance of the guys, and I know that we are good enough to beat this Uruguay team. And so it will hurt me even more if we cannot beat them, because they are there for the taking. They've not scored against Portugal, they've not scored against Korea. I mean, what shows that we cannot beat them? And so it will be painful. But I just think that we have everything, we have all the markings of a team that can overachieve in this competition. The players that are on suspension notice, again, they should just go out there and play your football. Let the rest take care of itself. Like Ben mentioned, we brought 26 players here because we believe that everybody is good enough to be in the squad and everybody can slot in when need be. I mean, who knows? Maybe Kudus's shine is basically sitting on somebody else's shine as well. Somebody, he might get suspended or whatever it is, and somebody might come in, right, and slot in and do the job for us. And so, for me, I just think that it's a tournament, it's a short competition. You want to live in the present as long as possible.
All right, guys. Let's wrap up our conversation with the performance of the other African teams. Who's impressed you the most outside of Ghana? Yeah, Morocco.
Right away. For Cameroon, I think they should also. Big one. For Cameroon, they showed themselves in the food. You know, coming to a tournament, you know, every president predicting that you are going to win the World Cup. They put a lot of pressure on you, although they played some beautiful football against Switzerland. A game they shouldn't have lost yesterday. Brilliant goal scored by Vincent Abubakar. Still, that guy's confidence is lost half. He says he doesn't regard no Salah. So the truth is, you look at Morocco, that game against Belgium was crazy. One of the best games I've seen Morocco play.
Usually we say that North Africans don't excel well at this.
Typically, Morocco disappointing in big competitions.
In 2018, they disappointed with what's his name, Emre Renard. But this time, it's different. They're playing some beautiful football, beating Belgium and drawing their first game. What it means is that they're in a very good position to make the next stable competition. For Senegal, yes, the Sadio Mane factor, you can't take it away. If Sadio Mane had come to the tournament, it would have been different. Something has been taken away from the teams. Like the spirit is there. You can feel it when they are playing. And it played so much that the game against Holland, their first game, you could tell that they were missing much.
They played almost all the game, except allowed themselves.
And you look at Qatar. Qatar was in March. My fear is tonight's game is a big one for Senegal. If they're able to manage it, they should be fine, because we all predicted Senegal knockout stage. I never predicted Morocco knockout stage. Tunisia, of course, you all know. Even at the AFCON, Tunisia for how many years now? In 2019, Tunisia at the AFCON, where the West team managed to
eliminate. But they eliminated that.
But when we're going to the West is in the tournament, even the last tournament as well. And then they come here, so we really expect that from them. For Ghana, lowest ranked team, so we didn't really expect much, but gradually we are finding our feet in the tournament. So it's not been that bad. You look at the first games for all the teams, they didn't go well. We are making ourselves.
3 wins, 1 defeat, 1 draw.
If Ghana is able to make it out of the group, I expect Morocco to also go through, and possibly see Senegal having 3 teams in the knockout stage. Minimum will have to.
We hope that the African brothers will make us proud. Cameroon have their own issues even before their game yesterday.
Cameroon cannot play a tournament without controversy. I don't even know what it says for Cameroon. Every question they are going to first training.
Can you imagine?
Africa. But which team was impressed beyond the African contingent? France is doing some football now.
Yeah.
Brazil appears to be missing Neymar since he got injured after the first game.
They've navigated. They've done what they needed to for the most part. I think that for a team like that, they don't. I think they know that they will get out of the group, so they don't care too much about the group stage. They want to get into the final phase of the tournament, and then it's finally crunch time for them. So I think that they are in gear 2 or gear 3 now. They are warming themselves up. They'll definitely step it up. Teams that have impressed me, I think Ecuador have impressed me. They're a very young team. If you take away Ena Valencia and a few of their veterans, they came in a very young side. They've done pretty well. Morocco have impressed me. I mean, even though we've spoken about, but for a team that sacked their coach who led them to the World Cup and replaced their coach just before the World Cup, they look like they are very settled as a squad. Saudi Arabia, I don't care if they get eliminated. I think they have been brilliant. The intensity they played with, I don't think a lot of teams can sustain that type of intensity. If they had better finishers in their squad, I think they would really do well in this competition. But either way, they are one of those teams where nobody expects anything from them. And so if you come out here, beating Argentina, it's enough to go away from this competition with your heads held high. I mean, it helps that you get the Rolls Royce to put as well. So, but to be honest, they've impressed me a lot. Ecuador have impressed as well. Those are at least 2 of the teams that I think have stood out so far.
Belgium have their own issues. I think after their first defeat, Kevin Diana said that their defense was they were slow. I think the Tonga was saying that has that got to do with how they finish in terms of their game. You think that golden generation, that Belgium golden generation that we always talk about?
I mean, yeah, they have. The time we were all expecting them to do well was in 2018.
Yeah,
2018.
That was that one.
Yeah, that was that one. The World Cup in 2018 was the tournament they should have won. And you see, it's always like that. When you get opportunity to make it, and you don't, it comes back to bite you. And that's what is happening to the Belgians. It's been very difficult for them. Even qualification to the tournament to the next stage will be very difficult. But the thing that for me, I've enjoyed watching them in Spain. They play some beautiful football. And what they can against Germany, Jesus Christ, that was so happy. And you see, they have young players, even Baldi on the bench. He comes in with this, fresh breath. The 2 young boys, Gavi, Pedro. It takes you back to the days of Iniesta. They play brilliant football, and for the young players in the team, Nico Williams. These are players that, and they also have a very good coach. So they've impressed me a lot, and I enjoy watching their games. Germany.
One more team I forgot, the United States have been.
Yeah.
Immensely impressed the United States. They are doing like a rebuild of some sorts. If you look at their team, you Musa could have been playing for Ghana in another university, not playing. Tyler Adams is having a monster tournament. I watched that game against England, and they looked like they were England, and England were USA. They were really all over the English in that game. I didn't think America knew how to play football this good. It looks like they are gradually stepping out into like a fully fledged football nation. I've enjoyed what I've seen from them so far. Weston McKinney, Tyler Adams especially, 2 of them have really impressed me how they've gone about. Serginho Dest, not so much. I think it comes from being benched so much at AC Milan, but I mean overall they played really well as a unit. They're one of those teams that I don't also think have very high expectations of themselves here, and so I'm sure that if they get out of the group, if they get to around 16, they would have probably overachieved it. So yeah, they are one of those guys that, I mean, if for nothing at all, I've enjoyed the intensity, I've enjoyed the beauty of the football, the passing game and everything. I think they can hold their heads up high.
Now, 10 seconds. I think after this tournament, something must be fired.
Yes, they have their fight before.
Anyway, guys, thank you very much for joining me on this episode of the show. Well, what are we doing tonight? Yesterday.
The question is whether it's like
Let's talk about it.
All the things you said about Qatar, it appears you're enjoying yourselves.
No, there's everything here.
Everything here. Actually,
nice.
it's very nice.
There's everything.
Really nice.
It's a beautiful country, beautiful people. Yeah. The Westerners have their own idea about the place. We also have our own ideas.
We have our own experience. We have our own ideas.
Yeah, it's a very nice place.
Yeah,
So if you have money, you enjoy that.
Exactly.
We have only good things to say about Ghana, to be honest. Since I've been here, this is exactly a week since we've been here. I think it's been a brilliant experience. Aside the football, the people have been very nice as well. The social activities have been nice. I mean, on a day like this where there's no football, next Ghana games on Friday, I think Ghanaian journalists, step out and enjoy the city.
The World Cup, the tournament or competition that we all know it should be.
Yeah.
Football
From
forms,
our perspective.
football forms just 30%.
Yeah.
You look
but there's so much to spend money. There's so much. Yeah. I don't even think most people can do 60% of the things here before they.
We have to come back. Some way, somehow, we have to come back. It's a very beautiful country. I mean, I had a very vague idea of how the country should be, but I've been impressed by the infrastructure. And this is coming from journalists who have traveled very far and wide into America to other very, if you like, developed countries, but this country is very beautiful, very serene, and very clean. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this edition of our show. My name is Daniel Ojo. I've been joined by Benjamin and Ketia, famed for the Sports Panorama show on CTFM every Friday evenings, and Benedict Usudankwa, formerly of Multimedia and now of Sansu Radio, award-winning journalist. But back same time, we'll back another time and bring you another exciting edition. In the meantime, we'll also bring you sights and sounds from Qatar and how their nightlife is. Take them to them in
contemporary. Dear, and Nippon, no one, a whole buffer, Obama said, we are seeing a vegetal. Do head the
Mesanso Mwakwaba eba talk entertainment ewo GhanaWeb TV ene yani evangelist Diana Asamoah dodo afrene Mama Diana ene ba bedidi nkoma mama ye Mwakwaba
ya ena
ye nia ye de ona ya be mame
ye nia
ona ye nia ya aha ba ho aye fe pa
medase
ho aye fe pa se obi hu da na so hu physical na be hu se we are very young and kasa
that's it
ye de rade ase
ani monyam ye rade
ha mama you say ye ba krom ha say na ye hwe ye numunyam e wo so ne dwuma wedi udi evangelist Diana Asamoah na che se u kanya kopon asem o twa akra manyame obi besusu so say height a wedu pembe so a wedu na ebi mpa na ka wo se what ministry bi ni ade but until a sorry dey nti na we ye evangelist so sanso tunum na te say bia se na bia akofo tumi to part say o mo beto asori na nunu munye bi
medase na me chia wa hwefo ne wa tiefo nyina so adwuma wei no wose wan fa mfiri sura mawa untumi nye enti ansana obi betua na mawo se me yenwuntuni me yesempakani me saakoti asore no na ye eni a wate
okay
nti meka se minyante saane no na metenso a metu saana mo
okay nti enu ni nchiremu ne
bacho
you edase na ye ka wahase na se bia wokenka ho sema dimba ko epem ye Reverend Yaboama ono no wuhia ne mrebe mu na yenim se no mu na wo de wo first album mu na meni agina ho ebai
Reverend Pastor Yaboama yobi a meme ye osempakani ya sempakana mu no miso nyina na yade eda makoma so se minyina metonwom
oh okay
nti na metonwom miso no makada se mene nkwalaa wo fie na mene me sizes wo fie dura nwumra me boa wo mo ano na me mi lady na me de wo mu twa efie ho sia bi wo kure dru Easter ana de ba akopa nso no se na me papa kira de wo asante mampon na edru weekend ana se ode me kwa that time bus bi ne friend tata bus o twa me ticket mama me trance me hwe nipa nanim atoto dwom saa na me koba ne fifire time na ka ni mo mu busa na hwan bani se me papa so hu saa na ofere to ya no amoa me so mitime moa me hu nipa ne pe na ade na ba nti enwom to ne de me dame na yam na me awrade de dom me na bibia wo ne bre because me sakura na me che ansa na me nante sa na me papa na me ma me ka
na mfi be sai ansa
me che for be 2 years enti me che for mo no ade ana me ma me ne me papa se me yene se mitimi tra fa akon ho meto nyum saa ne anwum bia na awrade me ye smart se me suade enso nyum bia mete se ye to bia no na a record masom nti edidi mua na nyame breso ya na me preachi ka ma dwom ne ade ti da ko bi mako preachi dwakese me ba Kumasi baby e frɛ hɔ Roman hair ti mi twamu na saa area hɔ na Pastor Bo Amate e frɛ hɔ bompata nti me hwese obi di machia na saa week na manya dream na makomi papa bi asɔre Peter Kwabra me papa Peter Kwabra nyame fa ne kransie ofrim ti me koye no ena awrade ma mi minister sa mi nyame kasa sa bre sinde nyom to sa ti ewie na wo me waso dem nya dae mu obi o waso obi a tefe fom su ti papa no ye sori ya no se na obi akodru fia awrade bebie nani ampa ye pon be 1 o'clock awia e call madam Fubi ho ko se me ko rest na e kakra makoprichi kam mi da wona na mi hu se makopie e kwan bi so na brother bi abehia me na waso me nsa de makowura baabi e ho nyunyunu ene ye de helmet ni bi ahyehye maso sabre na minim se ye kan helmet o se ye kan
ma de bi na wo di studio na earphones akesi bi no okay
no me helmet
nya no earphones akesi bi
to de share maso saa no ena Diana mo me ti akonya bi so na e twa ne ho ena demu ho nyunu ti mani tiye na de chenye na ye Friday Saturday Sunday Monday Tuesday Wednesday and at Mishia Pastor Boama to shia men odi machina no sister you na ya preach dwom no me mfi no kra asem we da bia me kanza me nim so obese me pe na mfi no kra
na wasaishi
ana o se onti wo hwe se de mai me no se stamp a chu nya nwuma abeto e ho ana mba afom na o se ni me enko fi nti e koye na o se ono so adoma che de nyame de ama no se o twere nwum no boy ni aba sisiri amafode na o se opese bo ame na me so nti ho ana misuba ni nyina te koye ti ye koye no no se ya wadabra na ye wukuyada no se ade achi amemra nkobo mpaye na msu nti ya wada me koye no se me kobo mpaye na de nyame de na msu wenya mpaye bo na me kura Friday and everybody mami nti no
ti sana uni Reverend Yabo Amashai na ababe sisa no
studio
man ti studio no enu nwa na mokọ hyehyɛ first album na
yeah
anche kra
ene de bae
ene Okay. Until the buy no first project no sing na nkofu jetum. Eno na Emma will launch and anyum bang na beka say ene na ye hit song.
First project no enam se na ye ni sika ne ade nti no ese eto form kakra.
Wona me
eno kura wona me ni agira wono. Nti enum na ye de ko hu me papa friend prince.
Okay.
Oso mu a Awurade nam ne so ma ye de ko di odi yedu.
There are ase. Ma say right our albums yes 6.
Me albums.
Nani
Right no. You 8.
8. Okay. Nze say ama ya ye du echi all this year so beka so that be na mama die na the 9th one be payers.
On say the Awurade nam me papa nam so ma ye de Bible nten no. Eye enwum bi a ache.
Okay.
Nti me papa ba ko friend Reverend Robert Asomadu. Na da could be a wasora no kai wana wo ba ntama CS no se mama wonnwom no e kama so YouTube ni nyante nti ese omi esa started dani ani
Okay.
na YouTube no ebe tese nwum bi wo se mabodi ni mafrew nwum bi wo se wona mani agira nti nyame ya dom na aba father yi
This year the area. Okay.
Never say my body remes beba.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So many dear dada kidi and so a remes.
No so later maybe so working with a secular artist, but back home has say a Pentecost hymns near those so modern pa mama no yet and so attach a crabby breed. Remember say so say o the cow album who the Church of Pentecost Ghana age permission send tifa.
Kaneno na minim saade no na afei the Church of Pentecost be hu say ye ton so a works no ye ntuni yie nti omo ma be hu say ye hia bia ye mehu wo mo na omo kire yen enwum no works say de be ya ye to a ebe ye kama because omo hu say me to nwum na enipa gitom yeah nti say no de enye the Church of Pentecost onko enam copyright na niam nti no se wo peso wo ye nwum bia se wo copyright na eno achi no nipa kora wo tworo compose nwum no omo frɛ ne ma na mo tenase
Okay.
said ye be ya e de asomdwe baba.
All right. Sisi ayaba krom ha se ne ye kan wa woto eye hymns na mu bo adwuma ne ye pa na some time ago na a gospel musician bi ka che eye jo metal ni nwum no aye hymn na kwanya te se bi ono ankasa na etro old ones bi na wa afa na wa aye. There are some people who mo ka se e bi amo amoto hymns no enye te se special talent bia no na ebo amam koso nti obi a odwen saa no te se obi a onum ne se ne de ne eye ade a ye te de dawo nti na nkofo apu edi echi no eno no nchemu be na ode be ma wo
Enye bone on se na me kasa mi ankasa me nwum kura no esese ye sa esesem youth no eti nti obi te se me nua be ma jo metal Awurade ama no wosra Awurade ama ne voice o dom di nachi na se okofa enwum dada bi to ni nyina ne se ye enwum no se ye enwum dada no Awurade tumi e bi di akire no eno na maame ya ne hia because oni e de se dan na woto ne nyame tumi ani akire kra obi ntimi nso anyi obi asom de na wakofa se okotie bi nti eno no de enye bone menhu bone bi na meka se esese ye koso ye se de be ya ye nananom nyoma o mo ye no enyira because o hwe sa nyom no a sunsum wom ye hwe enua dwometa nyoma oto a sunsum wom pa ya me asra ne ho nti no enye bone kra.
all right na ye kan bibia obeye bia challenges wom bebi mo ha nkofo ase so gospel musician de bia wunya challenges mama Diana hwe eye career no ma wato all this years then Abeka say has been your greatest challenge Na say na ofa so edi nkunu.
Ya nwom na ye bɔ no bonsam na na eto nwom kese pa. Ɛna ahantan ni dwenti. Obɛbɔ fam. Nti challenges de nyame adwuma. Ebi wom na nwom to ne de eboro so. By Bible say nsowe bia nso maaye a enye nipa nsowe. Nsowe bia ni wa aba amma awia say enye nipa nsowe. Ɛna de beba bia nso no nyame amakwan ya entumi mma. Ɛna ɔno nso na eyie no oje. Nti fa de obefam but ujai ma awrade a bako anim.
Na ye ka challenges ya sesi ade wani che Ghana de bia nkofo aka ne se nyume ma ye den na fa hi ne kosi he. Na ebinum de sobo na bo aban ebinum su chema ye Ukraine Russia wo yi na chese den aba bedu ne. Ba sesi a mama dai na ode wani edi ne omachi a ye be kai se bia ye ka party MPP na ye ka wo bia wa support won a ye bebo evangelist Diana Asamoah din. Sesi a ho kire na ye koso no den nkwan hyesem na wo be ka ene futu ben so na wo be ma aban ne se na bia wo be ye nyoma yi na chese obi akoma atone yem.
A ho kire na ye koso no. Edin kan 2 Timothy chapter 3 verse 1 to 5. Wose na hunu yei se na edi akire no emene mu odan ebeba nipa beye sika pefo ahopefo won a woni do se ye kɔ Bible no mu a se de beye a ye ka bibia ebedi ka de yani ahwe nyame asem mu because nyankopɔn asem de maame o se ensa ma me nkyɛnje sabeye de ntia me soma no no kwasem pa ne se de wo kanyina na nkyɛn no emre no enko na chibiem na obia nso ni obetima ba se obesesa no amena kɔ ayemre nyankopɔn asem ya mame kenkai kakra nkyerɛw na yenhwɛ enye mne ni muku na aye den de atwere ne ka se ebre ne ba ebeba enne ayiniti bebre
ntina che se nya che se bia ye de subo ne bot se abanga na president bia na say
ayenyankopɔn asem no twerɛsɛm no wose masɛm a masoma ba mo nkyɛ wo ka Isaiah 55 verse number 8 to 12 oka asɛm ni oka ni nyina ho
okay ma sesi ano so say sesi na nyeme ma ye no ebinu wo ho bebra celebrities ate se wo endorse party wo ka so MPP monto ma won mehu se bebre Prince David do say nom Samini nom wo kirema won so wo ka ho obi bebisa se Diana Asamoah ever say o campaign ma MPP ka so party wo nyama pa ema oman no we nu hu bia na
ho na enu no
ti se bia te na nyama ko ya nko ayu obi bebisa sa eti wusu mu aya be ma
na minnu me hoda no almost started so almost say campaign so amesa to enwuma sa ma wo 2024 ye be to ne ye be san so awi ni abreki e come through
nti winning bebe mu
2024 so life
okay Mama Diana Akasa. Nti sese akoso hwe eye talk entertainment e wo GhanaWeb TV and evangelist Diana Asamoah ne twetwe nkomo. E betwa ye ho na ye kɔ bankomo no ya to aso. About talk entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Mabroni mini evangelist Diana Asamoah and yetwetwe nkomo. Na asa na yebekɔ na mama Diana kase 2024. Obesa nso kura atwa nwomfofo kura my MPP. Ti pese me bisa mama Diana, den na party aya wo de kasa te se wugusu wo mu arehim.
Se ohwe MPP ene His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Kufuor na ban na. Media mekasa aban bie ni ho a waba wiase a Ghana ha waye adwuma kyɛn papa ne da edi enti na mekasa ye nyina nim sɛ ye papa Mahama ekɔ no wose akadompe wose Ghana sika ya wi ho a mana akadompe ana no wotaka asem bi say Ghana for was short memory ba me ni short memory me obi a me ngoma nim nie ni mo but upo bi o kai asem pa ye me a enti ye hwese okọ no se akadompe na Nana Dankwa His Excellency Jina Nyankopan asem so ewo Ezekiel 37 na oka se dompe akadompe kure benyankwa na odi gidie na wurade busa ne se wonua na oba ne se akadompe na abetumi wasi wurade kon ne ye okon.
The battle is the Lord.
The battle is still the Lord's. Ujinem amene wonweni bia ku school
free SHS
yesha niema bebre onsa na me ka kire wo se eden na aye ne de me pasa me de sa quotation no be wu mansa na ye twi Ghana fo adwen esi niema bi so se ni Ghana fo keka ne nyina no so e wo tworo nim
mantie be hu no we
e wo 2 Timothy chapter 3 verse number 1 to 5 ho me ka yes wo se na hunu ye se na a edi akire mu no emre a emu ye den beba efri se nipa pe ye sikapefo ahopefo ahohoahoafo ahantanfo abususem kafo awofo asem ho asodenfo boniayefo won a bibiara ho ntema won a woni do apam saifo nsekubofo won a won hye won akonoso won a woye wremfo won a won pepapa
tini nyina ye trosem no
ni nyina ye trosem na ekosonso on wo se afatwafo aniyedenfo won a wo hran won a wo do anigedie sene onyankopon wo kekare won wanim kire onyamsompa nanso wapa emu ahoden saa nipa yi dane wo ho firi won nti sesei ewiase no ye di free baako a wo se nu yese mre mu oden beba ewiase nyina na aye den mene wo kasa minim sister bi of frame say ma Diana enne paade atome na madam fu bi free Ghana bo so be di anwa mo me ko mo se me kwa koto nya Ghana ha o wo mo se wa be tobi before ansa na nadam for ne benti just the following week Ghana had the CDC ne dollars ya ye ken ba bia ne de Nigeria ya nkasa kura ye tobi 20 ayi odi bagana skama enti pap mame ne den no ye fa no nto nchen wose nipa be ye sikapefo ye hwe se nanse ya ye wo Ghana hai osofo ne wo hene sikanti omo ababa wa wie ayi
lady ya no coordination training
ya akoye ayi sikanti ya o ene sikanti ukọ nyame fie a church politics power eni pepe dibia eni pepe but the ama ye kasa pi ne se bible no ne nipa gya to se wusua nyame asem a wo se ba bia na say me kasa fa ho se nipa beye boni ayefo wo ma empe papa ye nyina ho se ne ye hwe na nado aban a covid nyina mu covid im o chenua ne che nsuo nyina nsuo ne wo mo se ye de tete nsuo ko UK wo mo nyina niam wo mo de che ye nyina ne wo mo tete
ntina se ye beka se nana no wa ye bi na eye trosem ne na efofele se end time nyema mu be ye den
entie se ye bompa ye manu mum
okay
na badaye enne nani suade hu a onyankopon de ama no o ma ni nyinkire no wotimi wie na enye wono na ama na ye den nyanko na me ka sesesei no we kura isa ebe ye den a chesei
ti ye ready for that
enti wo se won wa wonim wonyankopon be hye wo ho den na waya de okay Daniel chapter 11 verse 32 was one or the one no bebo a permanent humusuo no or the tetrama chani be say wo nanso one wo nim wo nyankopon be se wo ho dey
Evangelist Diana Asamoah we dey das pa we dey obeka say why MPP spokesperson area me cause say dey ukọ be bia be fa bia nya say news free upia bonti obi ase nwem ma ye duan baba wo di nchiemu so aba betudwa mama Diana say if politics any say na waka say MPP unu hu bia ani ho no ma yes say ye kama mama Diana say ukọ social media e be hu say changes have been branded ne dey anu ye hyew ankasa me ame no woti he ankasa me nka na ada You are on point. 10 over 10 minus nothing. Why if a pound? And we don't hear now. Ubeka say as an artist, as a public figure, celebrating it. And who here pan say ube pet to say stylist, obi obe shower tare, obi obe makeup, obi obe make sure say upia. And you say be a woman, but physically body no, and also I kama na. Yes,
as I say kama, because Toronto say Yesu Christo. Me no unti obefa yi hia okay 2 Corinthians chapter 8 verse 9
okay
o se na munnim ye na wurade Yesu Kristo say oye wo defo nanso sade be ya me ne wo ye be ya defo nti o ja ne defo ne to ho na obefa yi hia ene wa me ya be ya defo nti ye ya ba Kristo mo no esese yi ma ye hu se Kristo mo
emu yede
ni mu ode ni mu ne nhira wo ni mu na ne panyina wo ni mu ena ni mu nyam wo pacho na sesi ameka se Yesu hira na afi ye behwe na wo propra e de ne be ma evidence be ma me ma wasem ba ko a na san crofo 6 nya sa na kanen na mete makasem we several times say Kristo som ye nyini na me ma quotation supporter e free na krono nipa nyina beti ase se Kristo som no ye hiase ye di nipa nyina banyame fie na especially say system na ye wo mu no ye wo bere bia ne na de yo ye ko 2 Corinthians chapter 9 verse number 18 to 20 e be say me kai ho kakra na nyame mate ase se enya hwease bi na Diana Asamoah hwe na mmom no esese ba bia ye beduro bia no yitimi nya hofo no ede obeka Kristo na ye nkase wo mabone keda ye nso ebebo na mmom ye be ye de ye be hye Paul se ye didi o ye no mo ye mfa hye Kristo animonyam o se odura konfo mu a oye ne ho sa konfo na otimi awini
the souls. It's more say explain another person who to me appeal to you.
Yes, you to say ya. Yes, you to say ya. Na no na me catch will be say me call Atlanta, Georgia, America. Na press before ye women's convention. And no me invite in Black American be. Na oba ye no wa hwe ni tiri no ha nyina ana wabo waye rasta ahafia ana yisha ne hwenem
PS
ana na sun asomade ehye no nyagoro na tale ehye no enya me die dwodwo wurosu yi chase waye a wohunu so anani afikakra nti me papa Reverend Yankansa ana omaye ne wo mokoye program ti obaye no de ne kokotena asofofo no wo de ne betena asofofo ye dabre na Ghana fo nko anso so ne ena ne yesia enti Ghana fo wa wonim Ghana fo criticize ti we hwe we ya we yakohwe we yanim we hwe we ne a we yakohwe we yanim just ya buno ayi
sakwa no beka sakwa
na just wo hwa ne ho de ya ene ya African de sa ne beka na sister J Mike mame enwum pa wo to ye no gospel owie ye preachy ti o preachy na and one no ade ba mu say said you was address no wonim say ye Africans de ye be kan ho asem ye be criticize but o use sade no e de wini black Americans no
okay
so said ye be ya okọ wo mu a wo mu be free say bia abrabo na obo na o mu bo na bi and wo
so na wa twena banyankopon
ha nti onu mu di nkomo na chasa afei wo wie ye no wo bia oti wo bia afọ obia ye basa
okay
said we see preachy to nyom no say we reverend nti misua de wo ho se said the osmafo Paul kan no eye no kure se esse yen so yetimi eye bibia yebetimi de ayedan atwe akra ama awrade
man ti bobeka say sa Atlanta experience na influence wo inspire na
dabi enye no per se but me experience niema
okay
also ye nam no ye suade especially me nama me suade pa said ye be ya madwuma na me ye no metimi anya shows also na no me call YouTube na me ka sem be first no na me timi many pa bebre too spiritual ne dos so say ka ba ye obesra hwemani man ka me fi ka we ge hye we me so ye ma me wata chese eniema basa
okay but this is here mama say na we rebrand say na we ye ho fine kama we siesie ho fine comment na ebenim say bebre but na we na watia na say efi hefa na wotia ho say we di ahye wa akoma pa because do be wo hwe bi wa ko internet yi so ne ade wo hwe comment na we yam kra betumi ahye
me no ya men kan ana metia metin so medika hu se Kristo no ena me ka se Kristo ni bia no se ubitimi akọwani ma je se usua Bible no mo se wan sua Bible no mo dia ene
na otie ni pa no
dia
okay
so nti no ese se Kristo ni bia opese o heaven and say onye nyame mu nhira no osomafo Paul si misi maso fra mani
exactly
na me komanim
all right
nti isua Kristo
exactly
Kristo no ye boni bayi
ono kra no
yeah
all right now say about a gospel man say to be one my beef to me sorry about a secular musicians and they bia na shatta wale ni say I say who say bia a gospel ni bi ni obi beef ya na chese waka so we dey asan kasa mu ye nyankopon nipa na e find ne kosi sa nwoma ne sa den na be ye betumi esi ho anokwan se na bia waka se wo ti nyama ne bia wo kwa won fa anya asem no ntiti advice be na wo de be ma won
a fa gospel na
gospel per se.
Oh, the American said, trying send your mini passa walk.
Okay.
So,
okay.
And I know the Macri so some year day, so what tear summer yaw yapa. Night with the channel, and yes, is all the betche.
Exactly.
But with him so show was what
a beboa.
A boa.
All right. Now, yeah, about a gospel musician, sir. You be remember Cassie, where Asamoah yankwa so old songs no. Mama Diana no time mama wo di kanfuna wo buy no. Wonyom na ye timeless. Be sine kra wo bokra wo tia hu say you abawom. Be binu mu kirema, ebinum na ese enye ni nkokufu nyina na eka. O kirema bia new ones ya be won say enche na ase fade ni ade no. Eno no wo beka say den na a contributing man na say the gospel nyum akwakoye say sa na akwakoye enye ti say timeless say kanfo no de no.
One say first partner na ye bonyum no me say me share me nyum to ase no me de ayinko a worship and ye be hu so obi a wo de wo pe enti say system no de aduro no mo ka bibi say contemporary wo say
contemporary music
enti de enipa no nyonko na wo ba afa wo ba ma say de wiase nyina ba gi atom enti wo hwe de e kono nipa ne pe na wa mano na nwosra ne tumi na ewom ne de ye woni onyame ntem ewurade na de tumi be de achi
ti eno ne yentumi ka say new ones nyum ne nche te say old ones no and you to me emphasize comparison.
Say no. New ones na ye ka ho asem. Obi timi bo single. Kanen so ye hye nwom na se no. Abom baako. Enwom ba 13 neguso. Oh. Aha. Enti aye a season.
Okay. Okay. All right. Since you say yenya understanding.
Yeah.
Great. Na say you say, me say bia we hu bia. Wo videos bi ba ko bi mu say na say we worship ba ko bi now born some aggressively. Wo fu twitwa no mu de ye mem ne ade. E bia mama Diana dressing bi na hu say trend ne ade. Sa a short videos na be ka say bia wo when you are in the spirit eno no ema wo eye nipa foforo kwa say na ye hu say mama Diana calm ne ade no in reference to that video bi na me say na wo sha carry yellow na wo born sem pa you me hu say go fu twitwa short no mo de trend ne ade.
On say no. Na me ka say enipa o se bra na kwa wie ya enipa be ye nseku bofo ne nasefo what you say ena nipa ni ba ji wiase ani ji ensem huhuo ho asene nyankopon asem enti say no asem no a ebi enipa ne be fam na boa no na no ntu America ana sa me nsem na me bobo mpaye no eye scripture nyame asem na me gina so enye dam ena enye hwe eye Ezekiel chapter 6 verse 11 Ewurade na nasem ba no wo ma Jeremiah direction wo mpaibom
great
nti omonso ni wonti ye ni wo ma ni asinam ti uka Ezekiel chapter 6 verse 11 wo se na Ewurade asem ba Ezekiel nchen se bo nsem na fa wo na pempem fom na ka se Israel fi achiwade boni nyina nti wonuye wasinna won obe wo wachichiri be ton kranta no sabre no na omo adane afre Awurade ho ekosom abosom nti abosom som tumi no na nyame kire se saa niema wei nkrofo wei obetim ni wo makoa kwan se na faso
all right nti eno no ni nchiem nti ebi no won ti ase na chese ebi no mu de be ye fani okay
ba me ye de meti ase se nyame asem na me gina so
all right. Na ye ba wie kwa no se wo de wani chere social media TikTok se bi o no manage se video na wo TikTok na wo aha na se mi abahu se na obi a record e bia we nya 35 we nya 30 on ware yo wo ba ye ofele se bia ondu baby aye na che se wo start blame no ho wakwakoye obi atan opehia minim se wutufo pa no obi wo no ma ofele se bia te se bia na ware time nso ye no di ya no bu no ho abomfia no den na be ka che
nyame asem na obegina so Awurade asem ntwam ana Awurade yemfie ntime sesa de nyame so obeye yemfie ana niema ye namu ntime sesa de nyame so obeye nti ni nyina ye gidie se obenye nyankopɔ asem mu gidie na ye sugani abema Awurade hu se wo ye sugani wonyi sika abema Awurade hu se wonni sika na sa wa ma Awurade hu se wonni sika na wonni pakore wo piska edru weekends na afran krofo na fa wo number ne mame opia so a na watwe ne sika no eniema basabasa fraud ne eniema de a ene ahwe no ane bikum o se boni bikum obonefo
na $1 million question asa na ye be wie final one asem ebetu dwa friend prince de betu dwa ono de na no December ba we explaining the side of the story ya de da wode da nya fe ne ba beku baby sas mama Diana nsem ni nyina waka no so wo fa a wode betu dwa any day
de na me ka kire Ghana nyina ne se panimu kasa akora nka bi as evangelist na oyebe papa Bible so di waja no neni na won kwa na wa asase so nti panimu kasa akola enkebi nti sana manu yeti
edase ama na final words
the final words ni say de ne ye ka wi ase de no ye mata Awurade na onu mu yie okay Job chapter 5 verse 19 to 20 na wo say obeyi ye fra ho hihia nsiam na de tosonso no bone renkan e kombrem obeji ye firi wowum na akodie mu nso wagye ye free afana no oso obekora ye free tachirema mpra no nti ukai ho na kire se de ekoso wiase bia no yesu frɛ na wono na obegye ye osese memman ya wo bomidin won so bre won ho ase hwehwe mawurade sane free wakwan bone ho na wo bom paya metie me do bone be che ne masawasase yade nti de meka ne se de wiase ko nyina ya no ye ne awurade.
Evangelist Diana Asamoah, Mama, Edasi Pasonya Mani Kasai. This has been Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabruni. Thanks for doing the watching.
Overall, everyone did his job, and today we're going into the tournament, and today we showed it, and we're really, really happy.
Do you think the senior players have shown why they deserve to be in the team? You and your brother are the only two players who have tasted the World Cup before. Do you think today you showed why experience is important?
In every job, in everything you do in this world, in every job, in everything you do in this world, experience is key, and obviously we have great young talents and great players as well, so we know what we have to do, and I think today the two games we showed them why we were important to the team, and we'll keep on pushing and keep on speaking to the young ones to come along with us and to buy into our ideas and the coach idea as well, and we're here to let them feel comfortable and let them perform as well.
The game against Uruguay on Friday, what should Guinea expect from it?
I mean, this is a game, like a must-win game, just like today. So we have to win this game to progress. I think we're just going to give it our all and win this game to progress.
We want to thank them a lot. They came in their numbers. They were great. We want to thank them for the support, for the love, for the prayers, and inshallah, on Friday, we don't know what's going to happen, but I hope that on Friday we will be through to the next stage.
Capito, you've been here before at the tournament before. A lot of the young players have not been here. What was the message before this game after losing the first game?
Like I said, from what we've seen, what we showed versus Portugal, I think I said it after the game. I was very, very calm and very confident of what was coming. Cannot say that I knew we were going to win, but look at what Korea is, tough team, you know. Can't say that, but I knew that we were going to put up a very good show, and that's what we did. Technically, we did it for a period. After we showed it physically, after it was determination, we had a bit of everything in this game. We showed unity. We could defend. I'm so proud of the squad. So proud of the squad, and I hope that we can keep this and even do better on Friday, which is going to be extremely difficult.
But I mean, would you be worried about the rate of the concession, the goals that you concede in the games?
If we concede and we win at the end, I'm okay. So yeah, that's the main thing. But yeah, we'll try and concede less. We did. Technically, we did it for a period. After we showed it physically, after it was determination, we had a bit of everything in this game. We showed unity. We could defend. I'm so proud of the squad. So proud of the squad, and I hope that we can keep this and even do better on Friday, which is going to be extremely difficult.
But I mean, would you be worried about the rate of the concession, the goals that you concede in the games?
If we concede and we win at the end, I'm okay. So yeah, that's the main thing. But yeah, we'll try and concede less, and we'll work as a team. It's not only defenders or goalkeeper or whatever. It's as a unit. We have to try and concede less, because I always believe that with the squad that we have, we're always able to get some goals. So we'll try and defend better as a unit and try and put in even more goals if we can.
What do you make of your brother's performance? He was criticized sometimes, but today, what do you make of his performance? He is trending on social media for a good display.
It's not the first time. I'm not going to give him. It's not the first time. I think he's just someone that people just want to speak bad about, that's all. But they, in their heart, they know the kind of quality he is. You can't play in the Premier League for 6 years, and I don't need to speak.
That document is different from what is presented on the floor. That document is referred to, which is prepared and laid before Parliament, is different from what they present to us on the floor. And when you go to Article 1797, states clearly, Parliament shall prescribe the procedure for the presentation of appropriation bills. You go to our standing orders. Our standing order 140 is clear. The budget shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance. It's clear there. On behalf of and on the authority of the President, and in such form as the House may determine. So it's the Minister for Finance, the Minister responsible for Finance, who is by our procedure and rules to present the budget for and on behalf of the President. That is what is guiding us, and that is why when the Minister could not present the budget, I think, is it last year? Yes. My very good friend, the majority leader himself, had to seek our permission to present it for and on behalf of the Minister of Finance. So it is not just the Constitution, but our standing orders are very clear as to who should present the budget before the House. So please, the Minister was right to come and present the budget. It's not any other minister that should present the budget for and on behalf of the President. Our rules say is the minister responsible for finance. If he is not able to do that, then somebody else will be authorized to come, and the person will have to get the leave of the House before that is done. So I am aware, and I was rightly informed by the minister that he will not be present today, because he had to engage on a trip to represent our country in Germany. And that is a very good cause, it's a national cause, and his absence definitely was granted by my good self. And so I think that we could proceed with the debate. The Deputy Minister for Finance is available to take down the appropriate notes, and the minister will be with us before we conclude the debate. So please, you have raised a very important matter, but it is all for the good of the country that he is not present here. And we have his deputies who are to assist him present in the House. So we can start with the debate today. But it is proper that notice be given to him, because you did not only talk about today, you said that has been his attitude. And I think that should be passed on to him. At any time he presents the budget, he should always be present to listen. I witnessed a number of ministers responsible for finance present budgets and stay with the House, listened and took copious notes, and at the end of the day concluded very well. You have to carry the House along, and with the House, the people, to be able to successfully implement a budget. If you don't carry the people along with you, you cannot implement any policy. You need the buy-in of the people, and you need the buy-in of the House. So the issue raised is important and should not be swept under the carpet. With this, I will grant the opportunity to the chairman of the Finance Committee, the chairman of the Finance Committee. Yes, please. Majority Leader.
Speaker, the Honorable Joseph Kujo. The Honorable Joseph Kujo, who is beginning.
Honorable Joseph Kujo. The Honorable Joseph Kujo is an MP and is also a minister, and he is to second the motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion to approve the budget statement and economic policy of government of Ghana for 2023, presented to Parliament on Thursday, 24th November, by Ken Oforiatta, Minister for Finance, on the authority of His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, under the theme Restoring and Sustaining Macroeconomic Stability and Resilience through Inclusive Growth and Value Addition. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the theme of the budget is to restore macroeconomic stability and also assure growth. Mr. Speaker, when we approved the 2022 budget preceding this one and approved the Appropriation Act to enable the government spend to revitalize the economy of the country for the period 2022. Mr. Speaker, little did we know that the macroeconomic environment we had enjoyed, the stable macroeconomic environment we had enjoyed over the period 2017 to 2019, where inflation rate level was very conducive for businesses. Exchange rate levels were very conducive for businesses. And depreciation of Ghana's currency, the cedi, was also very appropriate, and the levels were good for business growth. Little did we know that after the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia would attack Ukraine and create global supply chain disruptions and lead to dissipation of our balance of payment position in such a fast manner that the cedi would become vulnerable and depreciate and cause spiraling inflation and also create a macroeconomic environment characterized with a lot of uncertainties, Mr. Speaker. So currently, Mr. Speaker, we see a prevailing challenging macroeconomic environment which has made life, general life, unbearable, and businesses are reeling under a lot of uncertainties and difficulties. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance, putting the budget for 2023 together, we have seen spaces in the budget which gives hope and opportunity that at least there is something to fall on and solve the problems that have characterized the economy up to date. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to some particular opportunities we see in the budget, which will become bedrock of 2023 in terms of employment generation. Mr. Speaker, the budget on page 77 highlights a Youth Start program. The Youth Start program, as innovative as it is, Mr. Speaker, is projected to create 1 million jobs for the youth of this country, Mr. Speaker, over the period 2022 to 2025. And Mr. Speaker, this will be done through provision of soft loans to the youth to set up enterprises. Mr. Speaker, this project has been piloted to 70 beneficiaries with an amount of 1.98 million Ghana cedis, indicating an average of almost 30,000 Ghana cedis per beneficiary. Mr. Speaker, the success chalked from the piloting has given impetus to its implementation. And in the year 2023, a full rollout of the Youth Start will be implemented. And Mr. Speaker, the program comes in 3 categories. First category for youth who have completed school and looking to set up their own businesses. Second category, Mr. Speaker, for commerce. Mr. Speaker, this is district entrepreneurship program, and under this, small and medium enterprises would be supported with loans up to 100,000 Ghana cedis per enterprise. And Mr. Speaker, the sweetener in this program is the third category, which is called Youth Start Grace, and which is targeted at women, especially in the rural areas, and to be implemented through faith-based organizations. And also the unemployed. Mr. Speaker, these interventions we expect to support the youth of this country. But then, Mr. Speaker, if we would ask the importance, if any of us would question the importance of this intervention, I take the opportunity to draw our attention to the fact that, Mr. Speaker, when Bill Gates started Microsoft, he was just 20 years of age. And today, his company rakes in a revenue to the extent of almost 198 billion United States dollars. And Mr. Speaker, if I'm not exaggerating, that is about 3 times the GDP of Ghana. And this economic power has been delivered to the economy of the US by a young man who started his business at the age of 20. And Mr. Speaker, I want to also draw our attention to the fact that Mark Zuckerberg, who owns partly now Facebook, started Facebook when he was just 19. And so I am pointing this out to all of us to give our support to the Youth Start, because the youth of this country, Mr. Speaker, have the potential to do same and grow enterprises to support this economy, rather than relying on support for only those of us who are getting close to retirement and thinking we are the ones to revive the economies into this economy into the future. Mr. Speaker, we also have in the budget, Mr. Speaker, on page 82 and 83, a private sector intervention, which is a collaboration between DBG, Development Bank Ghana, and Mr. Speaker, GESA, Ghana Incentive Risk-Based lending to agric, as well as Ghana Commodities Exchange. Mr. Speaker, with partnership between these institutions and the private sector, the 2023 budget seeks to, Mr. Speaker, formalize the agribusiness sector of this economy as well as the agriculture business. But Mr. Speaker, let me point out that since independence, Ghana has seen agric just as an activity that terminates at the farm gate, and for which reason we've not been able to unearth the potential of the agric industry. Mr. Speaker, agriculture in today's economy, today's modern economy, must be seen in more context of agribusiness, which follows after farm gate activity. Our emphasis has always been just to produce the agri-commodity and leave the rest of the value addition, Mr. Speaker, which I call commoditizing agriculture or the agri-produce. Mr. Speaker, major activities or economic activities follow the farm gate activity. When you have the maize, you have the rice, you have the sorghum, these primary cereals. When we have them, Mr. Speaker, putting these produce in commodities facilitates bank lending to the agric sector. Mr. Speaker, to date, the average bank lending to the sector has just been around 4% of all bank deposits to the agric industry. To enhance lending to the agric industry, Mr. Speaker, a formal structure which requires intervention as spelled out in pages 82 and 83 is important for us to take note. Mr. Speaker, this intervention would make sure that agric produce is perfected. Perfected will mean that you are given the maize, the rice, and the sorghum produced in Ghana. You are taking it to the level of giving a shelf life certificate and putting them in stocks that can be collateralized to secure loans. And Mr. Speaker, that is why this intervention is so key for us to take note of as we implement 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, a third opportunity outlined in the budget is also the Girls in ICT initiative, which has been piloted and will be rolled out in 2023 to train 100,000 girls at the SHS level. And Mr. Speaker, I have started imagining the potential that intervention would have for this economy. Mr. Speaker, we note this on the back of the fact that the country has embarked on digitalization to formalize the country's economy, and the skill set needed to ensure the success. We shouldn't exclude the girl child population in ICT, so that we can have inclusive and holistic development for formalizing this economy. Mr. Speaker, We have said severally that we are shifting this economy from taxation to production. And Mr. Speaker, the budget, 2023 budget, furthers this commitment by talking about the opportunities that have been created by securing the presence of Africa Continental Free Trade Area in Accra. And we know the number of countries that have signed up to this opportunity to the Continental Free Trade Area provide Ghana with the opportunity to enhance our production base and take advantage of the African economic environment for exports. Mr. Speaker, we know this economy has been driven by excessive imports, which has become the bane of our currency's depreciation. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that with the one district, one factory agenda of government, which continues under the implementation of the 2023 budget, we'll see more factories enhancing the production facilities in the country so that we'll be able to process more of our agri produce and also develop our export capacities. Mr. Speaker, these interventions have huge economic potentials for this country. Mr. Speaker, I would want to request us, all of us, to understand the 2023 budget in some broad context, which, Mr. Speaker, I must say are unprinted. Mr. Speaker, you would hear in the news today what we call gold for oil program being implemented. Mr. Speaker, that is a part of the context of implementing the 2023 budget to create the environment where there wouldn't be excessive demand for foreign currencies to bring in oil imports. Mr. Speaker, if we are able to purchase our own gold and with the cedis, with our own currency, the cedis, and Mr. Speaker, we're able to trade the gold with oil directly, we get the benefit of preserving available foreign exchange to import other critical goods and services the country needs, such as pharmaceuticals and other things. But Mr. Speaker, this is a very interesting intervention which has the potential of saving us from the balance of payments challenges we faced, and which has primarily driven us to the IMF for a program. Mr. Speaker, another intervention on return, which also forms part of the 2023 budget implementation, is the improved oversight of the public enterprises. Mr. Speaker, I would say that your Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises will bear testimony to this, as they've gotten very busy, Mr. Speaker, scrutinizing the financial statements of the public enterprises to ensure that they comply with the Public Financial Management Act, which requires them to prepare and audit their accounts and provide, Mr. Speaker, your House with up-to-date financial information to enhance their oversight. In the context of the 2023 budget, Mr. Speaker, this is to manage the fiscal risk the state-owned enterprises poses to Ghana's budget. And this is not new, Mr. Speaker. These SOEs have posed budgetary risk to all governments since independence, as they would only operate making losses and come back to the shareholder, owner of the enterprises, and just call for capital injections, only to collapse them or run the enterprises down again. Mr. Speaker, with this improved oversight by Parliament, we see an environment of implementing the 2023 budget, minimizing the risk the budget poses, the risk SOEs poses to our budget implementation. Mr. Speaker, I would want to request my colleagues in the House.
You have 1 minute, 1 minute more.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would want to request my colleagues in the House that, as we have already agreed that the budget is an income budget, we should further see it as income budget meant to be a house cleaning budget. A house cleaning budget in the sense that our expenditures, even of Parliament itself, must be rationalized, just as executive seeks to rationalize expenditure, so that all of us will share in the burden of the tightening period ahead of us equally. Mr. Speaker, if you would permit me, I would say that even our post-budget review workshop, which took place in Ho, should have taken place in this House, so that we would have saved a lot of money for the
Honorable members, it's now the turn of the ranking member of finance, Honorable Atu Forson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that was moved by the Minister responsible for finance and seconded by the Honorable Kudo. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me say that until yesterday, the Black Stars of Ghana has given some temporary hope to a very hopeless situation. Mr. Speaker, the mood in this House could tell you how hopeless the nation has become. Mr. Speaker, if you go out there, the mood on the street of Ghana will tell you that there's hopelessness in the system. Speaker, no wonder that the majority members of Parliament have abandoned their own budget. No wonder. No wonder. Mr. Speaker, the situation out there calls for urgent action. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are not seeing that. Mr. Speaker, I will list some of the hopelessness that we confront ourselves in. Mr. Speaker, in the budget. Mr. Speaker, first of all, inflation that started in the course of the year at 13% is currently at 44%. Mr. Speaker, this simple means that within 10 months, inflation, prices of goods and services has increased by 295 times. Rate of change 13 to 44%. The Speaker, 295 times. No wonder that prices of goods and services, if you go out there to buy things, it has increased by almost 300%. The Speaker, again, the Speaker, the cedi in the course of the year, you could buy Ghana cedi, $1 US with 6.5 cedis in the course of the year, beginning of the year. The Speaker, today you will struggle to use $1 to buy $1. You need 15 cedis to buy $1. The Speaker, this represents 60% increase in 1 year. The Speaker, this is the worst in the Fourth Republic. The worst in the Fourth Republic. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana monetary policy rate, yesterday they announced it at 27%. 27% as at yesterday. The Speaker, again, interest rate, government of Ghana is borrowing at T-bill rate at 35%. Short end, 35%. The Speaker, it will surprise you to note that if you go to some banks to borrow today, I had an offer from a bank. 46% 47.7% before you can get a loan from a bank. Mr. Speaker, 47.7%. Mr. Speaker, that is how bad the current economic situation is. Mr. Speaker, if government decide to go out there to borrow from the international bond market, the Euro bond market, we will borrow dollar at 38% today. 38% dollar. Mr. Speaker, obviously because our current economic situation is so bad that everyone, creditors out there, are so skeptical that government cannot repay its debt. So they are running away from the Republic of Ghana. So, Speaker, unemployment, particularly youth employment, is inching close to 50%. Almost 50%. So, Speaker, yet this budget fails to address the concerns that we have. So, Speaker, unemployment is now becoming a national security crisis. So, Speaker, there's a massive cost of living crisis as we find ourselves. So, Speaker, it will surprise you to know that marriages are collapsing because of this government. Marriages are collapsing because cost of living is becoming so high. So, Speaker, that is where we found ourselves. So, Speaker, businesses are collapsing.
Honourable Member, I'll just take a few minutes. The First Deputy Speaker will take the chair. I'll be back. So you can continue. Honourable Member, you can continue.
Yes, Honourable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, companies are shutting down. Mr. Speaker, some businesses are moving from Ghana to Ivory Coast and our neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, obviously because of the poor economic conditions we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, our debt is currently unsustainable. Mr. Speaker, as a result, our country's debt is in debt distress situation. Our country is going through sovereign insolvency stress. Yet, this budget statement, the bulkiest of all budget statements, but unfortunately the hopeless one I've ever seen, fails to address the situation. Mr. Speaker, that is where we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague, the one who seconded the motion, the Minister of State responsible for business, state enterprise. Mr. Speaker, he said the government is moving from taxation to production. Well, Mr. Speaker, to my surprise, as if he has not read the budget statement, Mr. Speaker, this budget introduced 23 tax measures. 23 tax measures. Mr. Speaker, I will take time and take you through all of them one by one. 23 different tax measures. So it is from taxation to more taxes, not from taxation to production. To more taxes and more taxes, as if you don't care about the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, first of all, this government had informed us. Through the last budget that they are removing road tolls. Today, if you are to look at page 101, paragraph 468, they are saying they are going to reintroduce road tolls. So, Speaker, this is a government that treats policy like socks. Policy is not socks for you to put it on and take it out when you want. So, Speaker, you are treating policy as football socks. That should not be entertained. So, Speaker, I'm begging you that when you want to introduce tax policy, you think about it. You do proper analysis before you make a position. You don't introduce tax policy and 12 months down the line, you bring it back. So, Speaker, that is really something that we should question the competence of the people that are making this decision. The mismanagement is so clear. So, Speaker, again, this government through this budget has introduced a new tax. They are increasing the value-added tax by 2.5%. 2.5% VAT increase. So, Speaker, you agree with me that 2.5% VAT means that our VAT rate will be 21%. Simple put, Mr. Speaker, we already have 5% made of VAT, made up of debt fund and national health insurance. Mr. Speaker, we have 1% VAT on COVID levy already. If you are to add all of them, Ghana's VAT will be 21% statutory rate. But Mr. Speaker, this is different from the effective rate. The effective rate will be about 22%. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to note that this VAT rate is the worst in Africa. It's the worst in Africa. No country in entire Africa has VAT rate in excess of 20%. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government has introduced VAT at 22%, the highest in the whole of Africa. Mr. Speaker, this should not be entertained. Mr. Speaker, you are introducing VAT at the time that inflation has gone up percentages almost 300%. At the time your inflation has moved from 13% to 44% and still climbing up. So Speaker, by the end of the year, we'll be getting into the hyperinflation season. Yet you think the best way to get out of this economic mess is to tax and tax until everybody is dead. So Speaker, we should not countenance this. This tax policy must be thoroughly debated, scrutinized before a decision will be made on. So Speaker, we in the minority will make a position on this tax policy in due course. We'll make a position on this tax policy in due course because, Speaker, we believe that this is not the time to heap more taxes on the ordinary Ghanaian at the time that prices of goods and services has gone up by 300%. It should not be allowed. So Speaker, again, let us be mindful that this same administration during the e-levy debate had informed us that no one, particularly poor people, will be taxed when they are transferring money to another person. And as a result, the e-levy, they are going to introduce a threshold to exempt small payments of 100 cedis. Today they are telling us again in the budget that the 100 cedis that the poor people apparently engage in the transfer, the Speaker, they are going to bring it back on. So Speaker, this is a tax for the poor person. Why should we, in this house, in these difficult economic conditions, still tax the person who your policies have made him poorer? So Speaker, this again, I can confirm to you that we in the minority have made a position that on this matter we'll reject it with all our might and all our strength for this Republic of Ghana. So Speaker, that is the position of this minority. So Speaker, we believe that we should not accept this policy. So Speaker, this government has also informed us that they are going to increase the upper limit of personal income tax to 35%. So Speaker, when this tax goes through, your income tax is going to go up. So Speaker, you recall that this same government brought these policies some years ago. 8 months down the line, they removed it and they brought it back. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that this government treats tax policies and public policy as if it's a disposable kit. Anytime they want, they bring it. When they want, they take it out. Mr. Speaker, this again brings to the question of the competence of the people taking those decisions. So Speaker, I believe this is a case of another censorship motion. So Speaker, what is going on in this economy needs to be questioned. Because, Mr. Speaker, the way we introduce tax policies, Mr. Speaker, that is not the way to go. So Speaker, they also informed us that they are going to introduce additional withholding tax on gains from realization of assets and liabilities. So Speaker, taxes has galloped. I have counted 23 different taxes, including reversal of benchmark values. So Speaker, 23 different taxes. This year, taxes are going to go up. Speaker, for me, in my language, I would say this budget is Kofi Egowu budget. Kofi Egowu in the sense that go home and die. Because it is taking everything from you. 2023 is going to be a year of misery because of this budget. So Speaker, let me now take you to paragraph 212 of the budget statement of the minister's speech. So Speaker, our minister responsible for finance, when he presented his statement to us, had said that in the year 2023, government is going to go through what he calls debt exchange. Again, debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, at that point, he created the impression that he is going to engage stakeholders, particularly international bondholders, domestic bondholders, and the Ghanaian public on the matter. So, Speaker, right after that, I personally had an engagement with the Deputy Minister of Finance, the Honorable John Kuma. So, Speaker, in the minister's statement, Speaker, I call it a mini budget that he read out there. I call it a mini budget. The Speaker, he had informed us that even though the President has said there will be no haircut, he, working with the Ministry of Finance, is going to introduce Punky Joe and then Bagbush in a form of debt restructuring, a haircut. So, the Speaker, you know what they said to us? The Speaker, the Deputy Minister announced to us, the whole world, and the public, that government of Ghana is going to do debt restructuring. First, they are going to do a haircut for domestic bondholders in terms of interest.
Honorable, is that in the budget statement?
Mr. Speaker, the source is from the budget statement, page 212.
Very good. If it's in the budget statement.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has informed us that domestic bondholders will get 0 interest in the year 2023. In the year 2024, he has informed us that domestic bondholders will get 5% of their interest. And in the year 2025, they will get 10% of their interest. And going forward, they will extend the tenure by 10 years. Mr. Speaker, to my surprise, this is a time that inflation is in excess of 40%. How do you expect a bondholder not to get interest? Mr. Speaker, this is what in economics and finance we call it financial repression. Mr. Speaker, this government is introducing financial repression in our economy. Mr. Speaker, the impact on this is severe. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine when a pensioner is using his lifetime pension as invested in government bonds and he's only surviving on the coupons, interest that he gets, only for the Ministry of Finance to all of a sudden announce to us that in the year 2023 they are not going to pay interest. So, Speaker, how do you expect that pensioner to survive? So, Speaker, businesses are going to rely on it. So, Speaker, businesses are going to rely on it. So, Speaker, individuals. So I want to find out who is going to pay for the medical bills for those pensioners. So, Speaker, I believe and hope that this will come before Parliament. But if it does come to Parliament, expect fierce resistance from us in the minority. Mr. Speaker, we cannot, particularly on pensions. Mr. Speaker, you need to ring fence the pensioner and protect them. We cannot allow pensioners to pay for your mismanagement, particularly the vulnerable people. Mr. Speaker, that will resist it. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Ghana does not deserve this kind of haircut. I call it Punky Joe. Ghanaians do not deserve this Punky Joe. We will resist it because we believe that the ordinary people deserve better than that. So, Speaker, again, they are telling us that the people of Ghana.
Yes, Honorable Leader. Yes.
Speaker, the ranking member certainly is enjoying himself in the debate. But we set out to accord 20 minutes to the seconder and him. He's spoken for 23 minutes already. 23 minutes. Please. Oh, please. He started at 12:38. All right. I think I miscalculated. He's spoken for. I think he has 3 more minutes. Yes, I got it wrong.
Honorable Leader, I'm the timekeeper here. And there's a timer recording how long you are speaking for. When it is due, I will alert him to stop. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were also told that foreign bondholders are going to get 30% haircut on their principal. Mr. Speaker, and 30% on their interest. Mr. Speaker, I want to caution that foreign bondholders are not necessarily foreigners. There are Ghanaian banks, Ghanaian institutions, and Ghanaian businesses that have bought Ghana's Eurobond. And so, if you are treating them, treat them well. And be mindful that whatever happens in terms of the haircut you want to give to them is going to affect the economy also going forward. So, Speaker, banks will struggle under this arrangement. Businesses are going to go down. So, Speaker, and the repercussion, if care is not taken, is going to affect all of us. So, Speaker, I can see an economic tsunami. I can see an economic tsunami coming. So, Speaker, the year 2023, this budget has failed to address the concerns of the ordinary Ghanaian. So, Speaker, 2023 will be disastrous. So, Speaker, what surprises me is that the government seems to put the burden sharing largely on the creditor and again on the taxpayer. But I want to find out, this government that is asking everyone to contribute, including the pension fund, including the credit unions, the rural banks, to get haircut on their interest. So, Speaker, this government is increasing expenditure by 82 billion cedis. 82. So, Speaker, from last year. So, Speaker, I want to find out what is occasioning this increase in this expenditure. So, Speaker, last year's budget, this government informed us that the total appropriation that we passed as a house was 145 billion. So, Speaker, without supplementary estimate, the minister again has said that he's going to exceed appropriations to 153 billion by the end of the year. So, Speaker, you can find this in page 187 of the budget. So, Speaker, who authorized the minister to spend in excess of appropriations? So, Speaker, this is a case of another censorship motion. Who authorized the minister? So, Speaker, we approved for you to spend 145 billion. You are saying you are going to spend in excess of that to 153 billion, your own budget statement. So, Speaker, the minister again informed us that the arrest amount he owes to contractors was 8 billion Ghana cedis in the last budget. Again, in this year's budget, he said the arrest paid 187. He is saying the arrest that is going to clear in the next 4 years is 37 billion Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, and not 8 billion. So, are you telling us that within 1 year, you have accumulated almost 30 billion in arrests? So, Speaker, I can assure you that when it comes to appropriations, all these arrest details, we will request for the details. So, Speaker, this budget is nothing to write home about. This is Kofi Okowu budget. This is a budget that is asking you to go home and die. This is a bad budget, Mr. Speaker. I believe that as a house, we should have critical look at this budget. Mr. Speaker, the budget is not inspirational. The budget is not inspirational. It is dead on arrival. It is dead on arrival. It is going to impose additional taxes on the people. Mr. Speaker, in the end, remember that His Excellency the President has said to the people of Ghana and to the investor community that there will be no haircut. Not knowing, he announced that there will be no haircut at the time that he was preparing to give domestic bondholders Sapora. At the time that he was preparing to give foreign bondholders Ponkijo. This should be rejected. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter, let us be minded that this country is going through hardships already. The people of Ghana are already tired of the mismanagement of our economic circumstances. Unemployment is going high. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this budget fails to resolve our concerns. My worry is we should all pray for the Republic of Ghana. Because the way this country is going, until this administration, particularly the economic management team, including the Vice President, leave their job, Mr. Speaker, this country has no future. This country has no future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Very well. The next is the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, Abna Oselsari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the floor. I'd also like to add my voice in congratulating the Black Stars for the victory yesterday. And we pray and hope that come their next match, they'll repeat the same feat. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance himself, we'd like to thank leadership and members of the House for the support you have enjoyed from you in the implementation of the 2022 budget, and particularly for the full participation of the House during the budget presentation last Thursday. The atmosphere was indeed conducive and commendable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to my colleague on the other side, I'm minded to reiterate that the 2023 budget has been formed or prepared in some certain context. And the context is that we are faced with both difficult global and domestic challenges. We also have an ongoing IMF negotiations, and also we have debt operations, which we are trying to come up with to help us bring our debt levels to a sustainable level. Also, we have set some targets for ourselves in this context, and the target is that we hope to raise about 143 billion Ghana cedis in revenue. We want to spend 190 billion in expenditure. We also want to do an overall real GDP growth of 2.8%. We also want to end inflation at the end of December in the region of 18.9%. We are thinking of a primary balance on commitment basis of 0.7%. And we are hoping that our gross international reserves will cover not less than 3.3 months of imports. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the context in which this budget has been prepared. Mr. Speaker, we must all admit that we are not in normal times. At the end of 2019, we completed an IMF program successfully. We saw our growth rate moving around 7% from 2017 to 2019. Our currency was strong, and inflation had been reduced to a single digit. So, Mr. Speaker, if today we find ourselves in this situation, clearly it tells you that we are not in normal times. Mr. Speaker, little did we know that a global pandemic and a war in Europe will bring us down to our knees like this, where we see our currency depreciating by almost 54%. And we have no access to the international capital markets, something we've had since 2007. So, Mr. Speaker, this is really worrying. And, Mr. Speaker, the quicker we do something about it, the better. And it is in this region, or it is in this light, that we are asking our colleagues on the other side to support government with the revenue measures that it has stated in paragraphs 212 to 222 of this year's budget. Mr. Speaker, if we continue to kick, we cannot kick the ball down the road, because every delay that we delay in passing out this revenue measure means we are pushing Ghana down the drain. As it stands now, our tax revenue to GDP ratio is 11%, way below that of our peers, which is around 18%, Mr. Speaker. So clearly, we need to do something about it. We need to raise more revenue to help us push the development agenda, also to stabilize the economy and make things better for our citizenry. So when you check paragraph 223 to 224 of the budget, Mr. Speaker, GRA has put out some reform measures, both administrative and some in technology driven. We are hoping that will help us increase our tax to GDP ratio to about 18% in the medium term, and also improve on the way we collect our taxes. Mr. Speaker, these measures include some fundamental changes in the IT system, where we have online filing of taxes, we have digitization of our tax clearance certificates, the e-VAT invoicing, and digitization of internal processes as well as records to make tax collection more efficient and to maximize revenue as well. But, Mr. Speaker, improving the tax collection process is not the only way to increase revenue. That is why there is a need to raise some form of taxes to support our fiscal consolidation. And I'm therefore urging my colleagues on the other side to support government with these current revenue measures before the House, as listed in paragraphs 215 to 222, like I mentioned earlier. The first, we all know, is the VAT. Mr. Speaker, you all bear with me that successive governments have benefited from the VAT. Government is seeking to increase VAT by 2.5%. VAT currently is 12.5% and not the 21% my colleague stated on the other side. VAT currently is 12.5%, and government is hoping that you will help government pass the 2.5% increment, which we are hoping will raise about 2.7 billion Ghana cedis for development for this nation. Mr. Speaker, we all know, I mean, you will mention 2015, but we have gone and moved past the 2015 event, the 1995 event of the VAT. And currently, successive governments, including the previous government, benefited from the use of VAT because VAT is a more sustained way of collecting revenue. And we need this revenue to push the development agenda and stabilize our country. So, Mr. Speaker, regardless of what the politics is on the VAT side, the time is now for us to move together to make sure we raise more revenue for our nation. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleagues say that they will resist every attempt to reduce the e-levy to 1%. The e-levy currently is 1.5%, but he said that he will resist every attempt to reduce the e-levy because that is the measure we have brought to this country. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the measure we have brought to this revenue measure is to decrease it from 1.5% to 1%. So if you say that you resist every attempt in passing this revenue measure, then you are telling the people of Ghana that you are insensitive to their plight. We are reducing it from 1.5% to 1%. And I hope you support us in this regard.
Hold on. Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague, the Honorable Diana Asamoah, had said that we in the minority had said that we will resist the e-levy and attempt to reduce the rate to 1%. So, Speaker, she's misrepresenting the fact. So, Speaker, my point, I spoke, and so she's making reference to it. Speaker, my point was that they had said that the e-levy is not going to affect the poor. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that the poor that engage in 100 city transfer, they are exempting the poor. Mr. Speaker, and I had said that what has all of a sudden happened for the government to re-levy the 100 cities, and we have said that we'll resist that attempt forcefully, any attempt to add the poor to the e-levy bracket. Because the Speaker, currently, by their own agreement, they are not part. We never mentioned the rate. The Speaker, I did not talk about one.
Very well. Yes, I will continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We are coming with a measure to reduce e-levy from 1.5 to 1%. And if you say that you resist the passage of this measure, then you are telling the people of Ghanaians that you resist the passage from the reduction from 1.5% to 1%. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on that. But Mr. Speaker, this 1% was arrived at by continuous engagement. Mr. Speaker, continuous engagement with stakeholders. And we were in this house in December 2021 when the Honorable Minority Leader said it is better for us to reduce the e-levy to 1%. So today, if we are coming with a measure that will reduce the e-levy to 1%, I think the e-levy debate is closed and should be accepted because we have reduced the rate from 1.5% to 1%. Just like we all stakeholders, including your own minority leader, said in December 2021 that this e-levy that we are introducing should be reduced to 1%. Mr. Speaker, this measure, Mr. Speaker, will give us 2.3 billion Ghana cedis, and we believe that it will help us do what is expected of us to stabilize the economy and improve on development in this country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to ask, Mr. Speaker, there is also another revenue measure that we believe will go a long way to leave a lot of money in the hands of our locals. and that is the Unified Property Collection Rate, Unified Property Rate Collection. Mr. Speaker, government is partnering with GRA to make sure that the assemblies, the municipals, the metropolitans collect the needed property taxes. And with this, government is going to leave about 70% of the revenues collected in the hands of the locals. So then they are going to take charge of their own development and get more revenue to carry out the things, the infrastructure needs that every district, municipal and metropolitan needs. So, Mr. Speaker, we urge the House to support this revenue measure that will increase or leave more money in the hands at the local level. Again, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of burden sharing, the National Fiscal Stabilization Levy will be converted into a growth and sustainability levy, and that will cover all entities. And Mr. Speaker, it's in 3 categories. We have category A.
Can you hold on? Earlier on, the majority leader, deputy leader had been on her feet. I declined to give him because I thought it was the person on her feet is able to speak for herself. Ato is able to speak for himself. I thought we were not going to litigate this matter because on either side you have people who would speak. But if it is on another matter, I would like to listen to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Deputy Minister made a statement which is factually incorrect, and I want to correct it. She said that we are all in this house when the minority leader made a proposal for the e-levy should be brought to 1%. Never on this floor, never on this floor that the minority leader made that proposal. So, for that to go into the record, it should be corrected. He never made any proposal on this floor that the e-levy should be 1%. That is factually incorrect. He should correct it. He didn't say that.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
I am happy my respected colleague, Honorable Aviji, wants certain supposed inaccuracies corrected. With the opportunity given me, I hereby state that VAT is not 21%. Atu Forsen, in his argument, said VAT is 21%. Again, Atu Forsen in his argument.
Kindly. She is responding to that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, he is asking for.
She is responding to that.
Mr. Speaker, he is saying that Abina should withdraw. I am saying that though Atu has been corrected, he must withdraw. And again, Atu Forsen forgot to tell us.
Thank you very much.
He forgot to tell us what happened to the CDP loan when you paid penal rates.
Thank you, leader. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Deputy Minister, please continue, please. Honorable Deputy Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that even when we went to go, the Honorable Minority Leader said it again, that this was a levy that he asked that we reduce it to 1%, and we refused, and now we are now bringing it to 1%. I never said he said it in this house, but I said as members of parliament. Yes, members of parliament. You are not in home, Mr. Speaker. As I said, in the spirit of burden sharing, the National Fiscal Stability Levy will be converted into a growth and sustainability levy to cover all entities. And in this vein, we have categorized them into 3 different groups. The first group is the existing group, the group that currently pays the 5%, and we are adding on 6 more sectors to help us raise some revenue, and this is 5% on your profits before tax. And then the second group, that's the category B, are all other entities, and this group is expected to pay 2.5% on your profit before tax. And the third group is the extractive industry, and this group, they are expected to pay about up to 1% of this levy. Mr. Speaker, all this will also raise an additional 1.4 billion to help us generate the revenue that we all hope to generate. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I just want to correct a few misconceptions that have been put out there. One, this current budget, the 2023 budget, is going to provide lots of jobs. when you look at the Youth Start program, there's about 1 million jobs from 2022 to 2025 that this Youth Start is going to provide. Mr. Speaker, already Youth Start, we have begun a pilot project with about 70 people where we have spent about 1.98 million Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, again, let me put the road tolls in perspective. In 2022, when we said that we were abolishing road tolls, we said that it will be applied on roads that have only public-private partnership. That was what we said in 2022. So if for some reason we are bringing back the road tolls, then it is for roads that will have public-private partnership. So let's just correct that one. And I think the last one has to do with the VAT rate, which I corrected. Effectively, VAT rate is 12.5%. Mr. Speaker, we will bring the amendment to this House, and you will see that it is 12.5%, and government is seeking to increase it by 2.5%, making it 15%. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side spoke a lot about the debt issues. We know it will feature prominently in this debate. Government is working with all stakeholders to make sure that we bring the debt to a sustainable level, and in doing that, we will continue to engage everybody. Mr. Speaker, this is the time that we have to support government. We are in this together, and that is why we theme the budget in carbon budget. Let us work together, devoid of all our politics and everything, because Ghana needs all of us, and that is why we are representing the people of Ghana in this chamber. We plead with you, support us, and let it happen. As we pass, let us pass the budget and economic policies of this government to help us stabilize this economy, and also help the economy to grow and give support to the vulnerable, because it is in raising these monies that we are also able to serve the vulnerable in society. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable John Jenapo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, let me debunk this assertion being attributed to the Honorable Dr. Atufos, that he says that the VAT rate is 21%. There's an interest rate and there's an effective interest rate. When you go to the bank and you are told that your interest rate is 21% per annum, but payable in 4 quarters, there's an effective interest rate. And those of us who have some knowledge in finance and economics, we do that calculation. And so let me put it on record that I heard the Honorable Atufosin say that even though you quote your VAT at 12.5, initially it was 17. You decided that you will hive off NHIL and hive off Get Fund and put it as a standing cost. So when it was 17.5, all you do is to pay 17.5. Now that you've hived off the 2, which is the 5%, it becomes a direct cost. So you first pay the 5% on the item before you calculate the 12.5% on the gross amount. That is even worse. And I expect people who understand finance to understand this simple analogy.
Honorable, speak for yourself. What I heard him say and what is in record is what was repeated by the Honorable Deputy Minister. Your explanation is yours.
Yeah,
and the record reflects that. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that is why you give us the opportunity to rise up, to expatiate, to elucidate, and sometimes to educate those who do not understand this sector. Mr. Speaker, we knew that the state of the economy was in a state of paralysis. We knew that this economy was in a state of comatose. We knew that this economy is nothing to write home about. But at least this budget and the happenings on the day of the budget and today reaffirms our fear. First of all, it has been the tradition that every time the budget is read, in most occasions, His Excellency the Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, sits on that chair. In this budget, he was conspicuously absent. He was conspicuously absent. Where is the Vice President running away from? Where is he going to? Today in this debate, the chamber on the other side is virtually empty. That tells you that this budget is not a budget of hope, and it cannot offer it anything. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget, today our debt is in the roof. Today inflation is over 40%. The budget deficit has been missed. The exchange rate has been missed. It's about 50%, and our gross reserves has reduced by almost 3 billion. That is the state of the economy. And these are the indicators you look at when you are analyzing the budget. But Mr. Speaker, the minister attempts to put the blame on revenues. Mr. Speaker, if you look at gold, for instance, gold has increased in price, cocoa has increased in price, crude oil has increased in price. The minister missed his revenue targets by just 2 billion. In fact, he's even anticipating that at the end of the year, his revenue target will be exceeded. And so if your revenue target is exceeded, if your expenditure is held in check, how come your economy is deteriorating? This is something we have to analyze as a house. And for me, this is not about NDC, it's not about MPP. How come your economy, you claim to be meeting the targets, and yet your inflation, your exchange rate, all the indicators are in the negative? Even in the minister's own statement, if you go to the tables and you look at the tables that he himself has provided, you would realize that when it comes to inflation, and I'm even discounting the West African countries in terms of French-speaking countries, Gambia, their inflation is 17%. Guinea, their inflation is 12%. Liberia, their inflation is 6%. Nigeria, 18%. Sierra Leone, 25%. Ghana, 27.2%. This is the minister's own figures. Today we are even at 40-point-something%. So this analogy that the current problem we are facing is a result of so-called external factors is not true. Because in the minister's own table, Ghana is an outlier. The truth is that we have spent more than we earn, we are mismanaging the system, and we are having a difficult moment. Mr. Speaker, every country goes through challenges. But when you go through challenges, what we expect leadership to do is to demonstrate commitment, think outside the box, and get innovative. We expect the president to demonstrate leadership. When the president announced this, the only thing that came out of the president's message, as far as I'm concerned, was that Sikam PDD. Mr. Speaker, Sikam PDD is not a policy option. Sikam PDD cannot be a policy option. Mr. Speaker, breaking the 8 cannot be a policy option. Mr. Speaker, what we need is that government must realign expenditure with your revenues. But even more importantly, what this budget is proposing, like Honorable Atufosun said, is to increase VAT by 2.5%. They are reducing the benchmark values and scrapping it completely. Those who have investments will take a haircut. E-levy, and I want to point out, the minority's position is consistent with that of President Mahama. And that on 7th January, 2025, not if, and I mean not if, when, by the grace of the Almighty God, when President Mahama holds that sword, Mr. Speaker, and swears the oath of allegiance to the Republic of Ghana, within the shortest possible time, this e-levy, this obnoxious levy, whether 1%, 3%, 2%, whatever, it will be scrapped in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, at this stage, it is obvious that the people of Ghana are very disappointed in the finance minister. The minority side has moved a motion to get the Minister of Finance censured. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, let me doff my hat and salute the 98 MPs on the other side who have called on the Minister of Finance to resign or be booted out. Yes. You are men of integrity. You have demonstrated love to this country. You have shown that when it matters most, you will do what is needful. It is my hope that when we start the debate and it's time for the vote, you will stand firm and trust and show that commitment. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me say that the resignation or dismissal of the finance minister would be meaningless unless it is extended to Dr. Baumia and the economic management team. Because if you dismiss the finance minister and you leave the head of the economic management team, what would you have achieved, Mr. Speaker? What would you have achieved? It will be meaningless. So let us clean the whole sheet and get the entire incompetent bite out and bring in fresh blood with fresh ideas who can deep the previous budget reading. The Honorable Chairman Zabos, the majority leader demonstrated competence when it came to the presentation. Thank you. Let anybody debate that and let anybody contradict my statement. Is it not true that he did well? He did very well. Did he not do well? He did well.
One more minute.
Mr. Speaker.
1 more minute.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm a ranking member and the ranking members are entitled to 15 minutes. That is what was agreed here. 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker, as ranking member. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, my colleague, the Honorable Diana Asamoah, talks about USTAT. If you look at the 2022 budget, the amount budgeted for USTAT is 1 billion. The Honorable Abuna Ose Asari, Deputy Minister for Finance. Because she's sitting on Adjo Safo's chair, he showed you as Adjo Safo. Mr. Speaker, the amount budgeted for USTAT was 1 billion.
Honorable, I've taken note that it was, and I actually called you by name.
Yes.
Honorable Abuna.
Oh, I've corrected that.
Not Honorable Adjosa, please.
Thank you very much.
This is my seat. This is
no problem. No problem. We're here.
That is how
So this is let me make this quote
on your seat.
That the USTAT program had a budgeted amount of 1 billion. That is what we approved for you to spend. Today, you've spent 1.9 million, representing 0.1% of the total amount budgeted for. So how can you spend less than 1% and still claim that the USTAT is the solution to our unemployment problem? Clearly, there's mismanagement and there is misalignment. Mr. Speaker, but something is happening in this budget that I think I should draw our attention to. Our total deficit was 44 billion cedi. So the question is, how did the finance minister finance the 44 billion? Mr. Speaker, if you read the budget, the Minister of Finance says that from external sources, he got only 8 billion. What it means is that there's a 32 billion gap to be filled. And yet in page 37, paragraph 142, the minister himself confirms that he was able to raise only 8 billion from domestic financing. So of the 32 billion, he himself confirms that he raised only 8 billion. When you take the 8 billion from the 32 billion, what it means is that about 24 billion could not be financed from domestic financing. And if you look at the media review budget, he put in there the central government financing. Today, he's cleverly taking out central government financing and just put domestic financing. If you do the analysis, what it means is that the Minister of Finance is borrowing 24 billion from the central government against the Public Financial Management Act and against the Bank of Ghana Act, because you can't do more than 5% of previous year's total revenue. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. If the Bank of Ghana is financing it to the tune of 24 billion, there's something called seigniorage in financing. What it means is that they are putting excess liquidity into the system. When you put excess liquidity into the system, it heats up the economy and it causes inflation. I'm therefore not surprised that today's inflation is at a rate of over 40%. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. But finally, Mr. Speaker, I know that time is not on our side. When you find yourself in this hole, what you do is to stop digging. Mr. Speaker, the minister is projecting that our revenues would rise from 96 billion to 143 billion in the 2023 budget. It means that our revenues will go up by 47 billion. One would have expected that he will cut back on expenditure. But our expenditure is increasing by 57 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly unsustainable. And for me, I think that both houses, both majority and minority, let us put our differences aside. Let us scrutinize this budget very well. Do not let us get political, but take concrete steps to reject some of these issues that will bring hardship onto the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will eventually be entering into December, and for the first time, MPs will attest that our famous Christmas jingles, nobody is hearing the Christmas jingles. This Christmas is the most difficult Christmas. This Christmas will be the hardest hit Christmas that we've ever had. But I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, that come what may, the people of Ghana would know that this budget is not helpful. This budget is inimical. This budget will only cause hardship, and that something ought to be done about that. On that note, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Now, I'll call on Honourable Deputy Minister for Finance, John Kuma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to today's debate on the 2023 budget and economic statement presented by the Honourable Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta. And Mr. Speaker, I'm told that today is the former President's birthday, His Excellency President John Mahama. I want to take the opportunity to wish him well and to take the advice he has given to our friends on the other side, that let us support government to revive the economy. At Ho this weekend, the Speaker of Parliament has also advised us to rise above partisanship in this debate and to focus on reviving the economy. Mr. Speaker, the context of the 2023 budget have to be put right. That this budget has been presented at a time that we are facing highly uncertain and deteriorating global conditions. We all know the unstable domestic macroeconomic environment and the ongoing IMF program negotiations, and a possible debt operation as part of measures to restore debt sustainability. I want to quickly refer to some of the statements that were made by Honourable Atufosin in respect of the debt exchange program, and to clarify that my engagement with him, where I spoke about various scenarios, were just possibilities of what could happen under the debt exchange program. No decisions have been made yet, and I want to put that on record, that government is yet to announce and engage stakeholders under the debt exchange program for specifics to be done. Every examples or proposals that have been thrown out there are just suggestions on how the debt operation will work, and they are not final decisions of government. So I just want to put that in perspective. Mr. Speaker, I will focus much more on the expenditures of government as far as my contribution is concerned, since my sister has already spoken to the revenue measures. We are experiencing high levels in global inflation, global interest rates, food prices, crude oil prices, strengthening of the US dollar, and tight financing conditions globally. Mr. Speaker, this is not just a Ghana situation. And when you bring it under the domestic development, I agree when our friends on the other side talks about the difficulty in the economy. High exchange rate depreciation year to year at the moment, we know is at 54.2%. High inflation from last year's 12.6%. Today, at the end of October, we are talking about inflation at 40.4%. We have seen high interest rates. T-bill rate is at the moment 32.5% from the 12.5% as at December 2021. And we have seen the dwindled gross international reserves to 2.9 from 4.4 months. And then we have suffered credit rating downgrades from Fitch to Standard & Poor's and global ratings up to C in August 2022, and Moody's as well. So, Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge that the economy is in difficult times, and it is not only to Ghana, but it's part of the global difficulties that every country is going through. Because of that, we are likely to see slow growth prospects in 2023. And this year, even though we are projecting to do 3.5%, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, we are likely to even further see decline in our growth to 2.8% because of the cuttings and the fiscal consolidation we need to do. There's also significant fiscal stress emanating from high expenditure rigidities in our budget. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague, the Honorable John Jinapo spoke about the seemingly high expenditures in our budget, even though we are talking about cutting down on expenses. Mr. Speaker, it is because at the moment we are unable to reflect the outcome of the debt operations that we want to do in the current figures. That is why you see that even though we are trying to cut expenditures, we are still having high expenditure figures in the budget. But finally, when we reflect them, you will see that the expenditures will come down.
Mr. Speaker, to take the seat.
Honorable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana expenditure portfolio has a special difficulty. There is significant rigidities in our budgeting, and so it becomes very difficult for government to cut on expenditures. Today, as we speak, the debt service plus amortization, when you combine that with compensation, it takes away about 110% of our revenues. And we all know that these are matters that government cannot do much in terms of cutting down on such expenditures. And that is why sometimes, even though it is the objective to cut down on the expenditures, we still see high levels of expenditures in the budget and the high debt burden which has become unsustainable. Mr. Speaker, we announced in the 2022 budget, in the aftermath of the cabinet meeting, to do at least 30% cut on discretionary expenditures. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the figures that have been reported in this budget, indeed, government cut down in various expenditure line items in the budget. For instance, compensation had a reduction in the expenditure rate. Goods and services had yes. Yes, please, the figures are here, you can check. Compensation had a reduction, goods and services had reduction, CAPEX had reduction, discretionary expenditures had a reduction. Unfortunately, due to the forex, we had extra payments on our interest rates, which constituted a high component of the debt portfolio. And so we still saw an increment in the overall expenditure of government. But government was really committed to cutting down on expenditures, and all the figures as reported in this budget confirms that indeed government was not just wishing to cut expenditures but actually cut expenditures. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take us to page 55, page 56 and page 57 of the 2023 budget. And there are about 36 expenditure line items that government has considered as expenditure measures to cut down on expenditures. So in this budget, we are not only seeking to do aggressive revenue measures, we are also seeking to aggressively cut down on a number of expenditures. Mr. Speaker, I will take us through some of the measures. From paragraph 223 to paragraph 225. Mr. Speaker, a number of measures have been announced in this budget. And one of them is to reduce the threshold on earmarked funds from 25% of tax revenue to 17.5% of tax revenue, and ensure the revenue expenditure operations of the earmarked funds are implemented through the GIFMIS platform. Government flagship programs are being reviewed to reflect relevance, promote efficiency, and ensure value for money. We are going to continue with the 30% cut in salaries of President, Vice President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MMDAs, MMDCs, SOEs, and office holders, including state-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, we are placing a cap on salary adjustment of SOEs to be lower than negotiated base pay increase on single-spine salary structures for each year. Mr. Speaker, if you compare 2023 budget to 2022 budget, one significant omission you will see is Appendix 10C, which constitutes concessionary and non-concessionary borrowing of government in every year. In the 2023 budget, we dropped Appendix 10C as our commitment to further borrowing for new projects in this country. Last year alone, Mr. Speaker, Appendix 10C constituted about $2 billion in the 2022 budget. This year, zero, as far as non-concessionary and concessionary borrowing are concerned. Government is indeed committed to cutting down on the cost and expenditures of government. We are also negotiating public sector wage adjustment within the context of burden sharing and productivity and ability to pay. Mr. Speaker, we are managing public sector hiring within budgetary constraints. Public procurement approval process with GIFMIS will be integrated to ensure that projects approved are aligned with budget allocation. And here we are talking about commitment control to make sure that all the budgetary items that government intend to cut are truly cut, as was done in 2022. Mr. Speaker, other measures signaling burden sharing on the part of government have also been outlined in the budget. For instance, there will be reduction in fuel allocation by 50% for key government workers, a ban on the use of V8 or its equivalent except for cross-country travel outside the capital cities, an official travel ban across government limited to only essential ones. There will be meetings and workshops. There will be no meetings and workshops for SOEs and government institutions outside of this country. Mr. Speaker, the era where board members board planes to go and have meetings outside the country will be a thing of the past. There's also moratorium on government-sponsored external training and staff development for the 2023 financial year. Mr. Speaker, we are also talking about reduction in size of convoys and a freeze. Yes, it's very, very important. Then there will be a freeze on recruitment into the civil and public service except in very critical cases, and a moratorium placed on the creation of new government agencies in 2023. Mr. Speaker, all non-critical projects will be suspended in 2023 as of already referred to in Appendix 10C of the 2023 budget. No public funds should be used to purchase and distribute hampers in 2023 budget, and there shall be no printing of diaries, notepads, calendars, and other promotional merchandise by the MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, despite all these cuttings, government has acknowledged 2022 to be a very difficult year, and we know that the very poor in our society continue to struggle. So government has looked at the social protection policy to increase the payments that is given to LEAP beneficiaries. We are going to double the amount that is paid to them. Currently 45 cedis is going to 90 cedis, and the number of beneficiaries are also going to increase from the 344,000 to about 450,000 households across the country. Mr. Speaker, we are also tackling the school feeding program and increasing the rate that is paid to the caterers so that our children who are in school will continue to be supported. The National Health Insurance Scheme, the authority...
Honorable Deputy Minister, your last word.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this debate, and I wish to reinforce that as we speak, government is in discussion with the fund to have a program that will restore the economy. Mr. Speaker, the key objective... Mr. Speaker, last year there was a big debate in this House where members were rejecting the levy and asking us to go to the IMF. Of course, our position was that we were not going to the IMF as long as we could pass the levy. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, our friends bastardized the levy to the extent that we did not get the intended results. So we are currently with the fund, and I'm happy to announce that we have put before the fund a post-COVID-19 program for economic growth as blueprint to address the economic crisis and restore macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability onto our country. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's now listen to Honorable Eric Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank has ranked Ghana first with the highest food price increases between January and October this year. Inflation rate of 122% in sub-Saharan Africa. Mr. Speaker, I was of the view that the budget was going to put in place mechanisms to bring down food prices, to alleviate the plight of Ghanaians. Unfortunately, the introduction of the 23 new taxes will further increase the price of food in our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, reading through the budget for 2023 and comparing the content with that of 2022, I came into a simple conclusion that in 2022, the government and Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo chastised Ghanaians with whips. But in 2023, he is going to chastise Ghanaians with scorpions. Mr. Speaker, as a citizen of this country, my government is telling me that there is a need for us to raise revenue to develop our country. And therefore, I should pay additional 23 taxes in various forms. And the government is telling me that if you pay all these taxes, this is what I'm going to do. Mr. Speaker, number one, after paying all these taxes and having realized my revenue targets, I am imposing a fees on civil and public service. Nobody will be employed. Pay the taxes, but I won't employ anybody. Then number two, the government says that after paying all the taxes, all critical projects that can wait for 1 year, I'm suspending all of them. All ongoing projects, school building, roads, all of them, I'm suspending them for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, then he goes ahead. After paying all the taxes, even before your children can go to nursing and teacher training schools, you must come to the finance ministry for clearance before they can go to school. Mr. Speaker, why? This is in paragraph 225, that teacher training and nursing institutions will require financial clearance before they can admit students. Mr. Speaker, are we safe at all? And then the government is telling me that after paying all your taxes, the contractors that have worked for the government, for this nation, having borrowed to invest in the provision of infrastructure, I owe them around 40 billion Ghana cedis. I'm not going to pay. I don't have money. So I'm going to postpone payments. So what is the essence of the tax that I'm paying? These are the issues that we need to interrogate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the budget is telling us that the government ration program of granting for food and jobs has failed. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 75, we are being told that in spite of all the investment that
that was made in planting for food and jobs, and for that matter, agriculture. In the first half of 2021, growth in the agricultural sector was 8.9%. Within the same period in 2022, growth declined to 4.9%. Because when you go to paragraph 77, they are looking at the crop subsector, including cocoa. That is where the weight of the impact of planting for food and jobs must be felt. And we have been told that in the first year of 2021, growth in the crop subsector was 10.2%, but declined to 4.5% in the same period in 2022. Mr. Speaker, when you go to paragraph 185, it is worse. The entire growth in the sector is projected at 0.7%, as against 8.4% in 2021. This is one of the lowest ever recorded in our history. That in spite of the huge investment in agriculture, growth is going down to 0.7%. The Minister for Agriculture, realizing that the planting for food and jobs program has failed, opportunistically created the impression that planting for food and jobs has led to the production of plantain in abundance. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, paragraph 516, all the crops captured under planting for food and jobs have been listed there, excluding plantain. So they are reporting to us that plantain is not captured under planting for food and jobs. Yet the minister who is supposed to be the food producer, plantain producer, has now turned to plantain seller. The situation is even dangerous. When you go to paragraph 321 and paragraph 514, we have been told that food crisis is imminent in this country. Food crisis is imminent. Food crisis is looming. That is what the budget is telling us under paragraph 321 and paragraph 514. Mr. Speaker, they say that Ghana, we have all the potentials to produce food in sufficient quantities to feed our people and even export the excess for foreign exchange. Yet we are unable to do that. And the budget is saying that we need to do three important things: strategic interventions, higher investment, and innovative approaches in order to avert food crisis and to insulate our nation against imminent food insecurity. Mr. Speaker, how are we going to do this? And when we go to paragraph 304, they are talking about a new effort called Economic Enclave Project. Economic Enclave Project. And they are saying that that project is anchored on commercial farming. And Mr. Speaker, the project is described as a new effort at expanding agricultural production and productivity. And it is under the Ghana case, which comes under the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So, Mr. Speaker, they've now realized that the Ministry of Agriculture has not been able to discharge itself well. So they are taking part of agriculture to the Ministry of Trade. Mr. Speaker, how can this be? And they are saying that this project is anchored on irrigation. Mr. Speaker, very fantastic statement. It is anchored on irrigation. With irrigation, you can ensure all year-round production in the country. But Mr. Speaker, they came to this house with the Prolugu multi-purpose irrigation project. And this house approved that government execute that project. The project is supposed to be executed within 5 years. Mr. Speaker, this is the 4th year. Even mobilization for the contractor to mobilize to sites has not been paid. And still you are promising providing irrigation to ensure all year-round production of food in our country. That is where I have the problem. Where are the dams? The 1 billion dams. Mr. Speaker, any government that engages in flip-flopping lacks credibility, reliability, and sincerity, and that government cannot be trusted. And there shouldn't be any space in our body politics for snollygazzers, unprincipled politicians. They say left and they do right. That should not be tolerated in our body politics.
Just a minute. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable referred to paragraph 321 and said there was a looming food crisis in Ghana from that paragraph. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing like that in that paragraph. And I wish, with your permission and leave, to read the paragraph 321. Yes, he said, Mr. Speaker, let me get his permission. Mr. Speaker, can I read paragraph 321? Mr. Speaker, Ghana has the potential to achieve food sufficiency and export the surplus. Strategic interventions, higher investment, and innovative approaches are vital to avert a crisis and insulate the country from the threat of food insecurity. Mr. Speaker, how do you interpret this to say there is a looming food insecurity in Ghana? To this end, mainstream interventions such as Planting for Food and Jobs program will be complemented by the underlisted specialist interventions. Mr. Speaker, clearly misinterpreted.
Yes, Honorable Member, is that what you said?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I refer to paragraph 321 and 514. I read the two together. The Minister, you are part of those who prepared this budget. So you ought to have read 514. Is there? Imminent. You use the word imminent. He wants to read it. You should read. Oh, I can read it. Okay.
You see the Speaker.
514.
You see the Speaker.
Is it going to be part of my time, Mr. Speaker?
It's not the
I want to be
Speaker.
sure.
Go on with you.
Should I read? Okay. 514, Mr. Speaker. The current triple global crisis of COVID-19, Russia-Ukraine conflict, and climate change continue to impact food production and constitute a threat to food security. Developing and agricultural dependent economies like ours require urgent and strategic interventions to scale up food production and build resilience of food systems. This is critical to avert possible food crisis in the current global environment. Greater public investment. Please wait. Greater public investment is imperative. Greater public investment is imperative to support sound and strategic interventions such as planting for food and jobs to insulate the country from imminent threat to food security.
Come.
Apologize.
Yeah, Honorable Member, you are right, because I followed your submission and I actually marked those paragraphs you referred to. And so when he was raising, he read that aspect, then I opened to paragraph 514, which you just read, and it coincided clearly with what you submitted. That one is overruled. Following.
With all respect. With all respect.
Yes, go on. I've been following. I've been marking everything, including majority leader submissions. I've been marking all. You can't hear. Oh, sorry.
I said that you are
marking. I said when you make submissions, I mark the areas.
Okay.
You know, so I mark everything down. So when there's an objection, I go back to see what has been said earlier on.
That's all right.
Yes, so I noted that.
That's all right. But it's not to enable you to participate in the debate, I should
It's just to make sure that I can guide the House. So when you raise point of order and you are rather misleading the House, and I say, no, you are out of order. I pray the day I will see you as speaker here. and see whether you participate in debate or not. Member, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now move to cocoa production. In paragraph 545, the budget reports that cocoa production dipped by 34.7%. Mr. Speaker, this is the highest reduction ever recorded in the history of cocoa production in our country. The last year, we had 1,045,000, and this year we are talking about 683,000 tons of cocoa. Mr. Speaker, the danger is that because of the low production, 683,000, Ghana collateralized 640,000 tons to secure the syndicated loan. And so we are left with just 43,000 tons. Out of the 43,000, under the agreement for the Bui Dam, which was approved by this House, we are to service it with 30,000 tons annually. So you take that 30,000 out, and Ghana is left with only 13,000 tons of cocoa for cocoa processors in our country today. Mr. Speaker, installed capacity for cocoa processing in Ghana is estimated around 400,000 tons of cocoa, and we can only supply 13,000. So what is going to happen this year is that all the cocoa processors in Ghana will have to import cocoa, and that will mount pressure on the already galloping exchange rates, and that will determine the future of our country. Mr. Speaker, this is a dangerous situation for us. And Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about the number of mechanisms government roll out to import cocoa. Reading 2018 budget, specifically paragraph 413, 2018 budget, paragraph 413, government indicated before this House that as of 2018, per hectare cocoa production was 450 kilograms, and that they were going to put in place mechanisms, measures, including hand pollination, to move the per hectare cocoa production to 1,300 kilograms. Mr. Speaker, 4 years down, they are reporting in the 2023 budget today, 2023 budget, in paragraph 547, they are saying that per hectare cocoa production today is the same 450 kilograms. So, Mr. Speaker, where is the money? Mr. Speaker, what happened to the millions of cedis that was expended to implement hand pollination to increase cocoa production in this country? We are also told that they are even piloting irrigation on some of the cocoa farms. What has been the impact? So within the 4 years, all the monies that we have sunk into cocoa production, the results is nil. They have not achieved anything. And when cocoa production reduces to that level, Mr. Speaker, the impact is that farmers' income also goes down. So farmers' income has also reduced by 34.7%. And when you look at the inflation today,
Honorable Minister, he's just winding up because his time is up.
No, Mr. Speaker.
You want to raise a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member is creating a deception in the House. 4 years investment in the cocoa sector. We know simultaneously cocoa farms are being cut, galamsey. So that is going down. Had it not been the continuing investment into the sector, production level would have fallen by now. But the fact that production level is stabilized and at the same level over the 4 years means that the farms we are losing and the production we are losing through cutting of the cocoa trees and so on, the pollination is increasing the yield of the remaining farms. That is why we see the production level staying same level. Thank you.
Honorable member, this is not point of order. This is a point of debate. It's not point of order. Please, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker,
With your
you may go on.
I'm a ranking member.
You may go on.
Mr. Speaker.
Who gave you the impression that all ranking members should use 15 minutes?
But that was what leadership communicated to us.
I was informed that it's a ranking for finance and then the chair for finance. Not all ranking members. All ranking members. Okay. I've been corrected. That is all ranking members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another important point worth mentioning here is the cocoa producer price. Mr. Speaker, the budget under paragraph 542 says that the world market price of cocoa is falling. And as a result of that, revenues from cocoa are dwindling. Mr. Speaker, this is inaccurate. It's not true. Yes, world market price in 2016 was $2,950. That is captured in the 2018 budget. Today, it is 2,600. So in terms of world market price, it has reduced from 2,950 to 2,600. But Mr. Speaker, we don't buy cocoa in dollars. We buy the cocoa in cedis. So we have to use the exchange rate to determine cocoa revenues. Now the exchange rate, even if you use the bank rate at the time the first drawdown got to us, if you use an exchange rate of 10 cedis, it means that per every ton of cocoa, government of Ghana is receiving 26,000 Ghana cedis. And in 2016, government of Ghana receiving 11,505. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that government is keeping 825 Ghana cedis per every bag of cocoa and giving the cocoa from a cash payment of 800. Whereas in 2016, under the leadership of John Mahama, government was getting 719 Ghana cedis per every bag of cocoa. And government gave the cocoa farmer 475. And per every bag, government of Ghana kept 244 Ghana cedis. Today, government is keeping 825 Ghana cedis per every bag of cocoa. So instead of giving the resources to the farmers, Mr. Speaker, they are keeping the resources in the offices. And surprisingly, for the 5 years that they have been in office, Mr. Speaker, every year, cocoa board incurs loss. Every year they incur loss. What type of managers are you? Then you buy cocoa and sell and you incur loss every year. In 2016, they incurred a loss of 161 million Ghana cedis. 2017, 2018, they incurred a loss of 84.2 million Ghana cedis. 2019, 320 million Ghana cedis. 2020, 426 million Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, 2021, 1.6 billion Ghana cedis. Hey! Mr. Speaker, now let me move to officials. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, there is shortage of premium fuel in our country. Shortage of premium fuel. Mr. Speaker, the artisanal fishers have stopped work because they are not getting premiums. The only reason is that those who blend the premiums for us, last year they worked for Ghana government. Government of Ghana did not pay them. So their issue is that until government of Ghana pays them their services for last year, they are not going to blend premiums for us. That is why Ghana is in shortage of premiums fuel. Mr. Speaker, the danger is that as we speak, the budget provides under paragraph 326 that our fish import has increased to 730,800 tons. That is the quantity of fish that we import into our country today. And the total consumption is estimated around 1.2 million. So we are only producing 38% of our total fish demand. And we are importing 62%. Now, with the shortage of premiums, what it means is that fish is going to be in short supply and the price of fish will increase, especially towards the Xmas. So, Mr. Speaker, everything is wrong everywhere. And that is the reason why we are saying that this budget is going to inflict on the people hardships that cannot be controlled. Mr. Speaker, another important point has to do with the cocoa rows. If I don't mention cocoa rows, I will not have completed the impression I wanted to create, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, that's your last point.
Mr. Speaker, my last point is that the government has awarded contracts amounting to 13.6 billion under cocoa rows. And in the budget, under paragraph 459, they are reporting to us that every year they will pay 500 million. And the project is for 5 years. So if you are paying 500 million every year, then at the end of the 5-year period, you would have paid 2.5 billion. Meanwhile, you have awarded contracts to the tune of 13.6 billion. And some of the contracts were even awarded in dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, how are you going to pay? How are you going to pay? Mr. Speaker, these are the challenges, these are the problems. And that's why we are saying that this budget is not going to alleviate, it's not going to redeem our people from abject poverty, but it is going to push us further into the poverty hole. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank you. Yeah.
Yes, honorable members, from the list I have here, I don't know whether the chair of finance committee will want to do his contribution now, or I should give it to Honorable Osei Frimpong, chair for agri committee. Chair for agri committee. I don't have his name. I don't have his name here. I don't have his name here. It's not here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate on the floor of this House which was presented by the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, the Finance Minister of the Republic, on behalf of His Excellency the President of Ghana. The theme, Mr. Speaker, is restoring and sustaining macroeconomic stability and resilience through inclusive growth and value addition. Mr. Speaker, we all know that our agri sector plays a key role in economic growth, and it is an important contributor to various sectors of the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, it contributes to Ghana's export earnings, serves as a major source of input for the manufacturing sector, and it is a vehicle for creating employment. Mr. Speaker, the sector employs over 50% of Ghana's population. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Honorable Eric Opoku, during his debate, indicated that the growth of agri sector is deepening. Mr. Speaker, is true. But, Mr. Speaker, we all know the situation in which we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, even in this time of hard conditions, the agri sector was able to grow by the second half of this year by 4.9%. Mr. Speaker, global economic crisis has not spared Ghana's developing an agriculture-dependent economy. In view of this, Mr. Speaker, urgent and pragmatic solutions in the form of interventions are required to shore up food production and build resilient food system to achieve food security in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, key amongst the strategic public intervention captured under the government flagship program is the Planting for Food and Jobs, which has entered its sixth year. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised when my colleague, Honorable Eric Opoku, said the Planting for Food and Jobs has failed. Mr. Speaker, that is a palpable false. It hasn't failed, Mr. Speaker. We all know food is available in the system. We get whatever we want. The only difficulty is the inflation rate that is
making the prices high for Ghanaians to acquire. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the paragraph 321, which my colleague, Honorable Deputy Minister John Kuma, drew Honorable Eric Opoku's attention to, Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has the potential to achieve food self-sufficiency and export surplus. Strategic interventions, higher investment, and innovative approaches are vital to avert a crisis and insulate the economy from the threat of food security. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the measures prescribed beneath that particular paragraph, the paragraph 322 captures promotion of organic fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, the previous year, fertilizer imports had difficult challenges. Mr. Speaker, the Ukraine-Russian war affected the supplies of fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, the exchange rate also affected the supply of fertilizers. And we all know fertilizer is a key component of inputs required in the agri sector. Mr. Speaker, even in the midst of these challenges, Ghana has been able to provide or produce enough food for the consumption of the people. If we cast our minds back to the early part of this year, when Ghanaians started complaining about food prices, Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that was identified was the export of grains from Ghana to the neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, we all know the environmental conditions in the Sahel region. Mr. Speaker, if you come down to Mali and other areas, they find it difficult to cultivate enough to feed themselves. Mr. Speaker, their animals, the cattle, come down here to graze. And we noticed that part of the grains produced in the northern part of Ghana were being exported to the neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, even beyond this, Ghana still has enough food. That was what challenged the Minister for Agric to prove to Ghanaians that the difficulty we are facing is not food availability. And that is the more reason why there is a lot of staples at the doorsteps of every Ghanaian as we speak. Mr. Speaker, nobody can doubt this because we all know is that the money to acquire or to procure these food items, that is the problem, but not the availability of food. Mr. Speaker, the flagship program for this government captures rearing for food and jobs, planting for food and jobs, planting for export and rural development, greenhouse technology, villages, agricultural mechanization services. Mr. Speaker, these programs have been grouped under four key commodity clusters. We have the cereal, which comprises maize, rice, and sorghum. We have the legumes, soybean, cowpea, and groundnut. Mr. Speaker, we have the vegetables, tomato, onion, pepper, and cabbage. Mr. Speaker, we also have under the same vegetables, cucumber, lettuce, and carrots. We also have roots and tubers, cassava, and sweet potato. Mr. Speaker, where Ghana finds itself today, I believe if we pay more attention to the planting for food and jobs, the flagship programs, we will curb a lot of the difficulties we are facing now as a country. Mr. Speaker, if we embark on mechanization, technology, productivity, creation of jobs, diversification of the economy through exports, improve export drive, reduce importation of food items, thereby reducing the import bill, enhancing food security, providing raw materials to feed or to support the industrialization drive under the 1D, 1F. Mr. Speaker, Ghana will be a safe haven for to come for their food supplies. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the effort government has put in place to augment what is being done under Planting for Food and Jobs, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, about 19,380 metric tons of improved seeds were distributed. This year, Mr. Speaker, in the budget, government plans to distribute 36,360. Mr. Speaker, this is even more than twice what was done last year. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the organic and inorganic fertilizer, last year, 2022, the ministry procured and distributed 151,861 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, this year, we are doing a whooping 366,435 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, if this is distributed according to plan, it will help improve the food production in Ghana. And this is going to about 1.5 million farmers in this country. Mr. Speaker, what is important now is the diversification of our exports. Mr. Speaker, that is the more reason why the government in its wisdom created the Tree Crop Development Authority. So one key agenda to promote and diversify export through the establishment of the authority, Mr. Speaker. The authority will facilitate the production and distribution of 5.65 million quality planting materials of cashew, shea, coconut, oil palm, mango, and rubber to about 1,750,000 tree crop farmers. This is an improvement over the 2022 figure of 2.7. Mr. Speaker, agric mechanization is also receiving its fair share of the national cake, and it's only by mechanization that we can produce food items on large scale. Mr. Speaker, under the third and final tranche of Brazilian More Food Program, machinery and equipment valued at US $29.9 million have been procured for distribution. Mr. Speaker, a total of 150 tractors, tractor operators, extension agents, technicians, and engineers have been trained at Adidomi Mechanization Training Center and Otreko Irrigation Scheme to ensure that these equipment are managed properly. Mr. Speaker, to exhibit government's resolve to support mechanization and local fabrication, a US $24.9 million facility has been procured to establish an assembly plant in the Ashanti region. Mr. Speaker, this plant will produce tractors.
Honorable Chairman, just hold your fire. Let me listen to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I refer the honourable member to Order 89, and I read, and it's under rules of debate. A member shall not read his speech, but may read extracts. The member is reading copiously. He doesn't even take his eyes off the verbatim reading. It is against our orders. So, Mr. Speaker,
I humbly request that you get the honorable member to debate and not to read copiously from his book. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, are you reading your speech?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Then carry on.
Mr. Speaker, no, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, I'm not reading my notes. It's a speaking note that I'm referring to, Mr. Speaker, and that is permitted by the resolution he's talking about. Mr. Speaker, without taking much time on the agri sector, I want to move to the cocoa sector, which is also under agri. Mr. Speaker, my colleague Honorable Eric Opoku said the cocoa board is owing about 16 billion as we speak. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Eric Opoku should know that the debt at cocoa board did not start from 2017. Mr. Speaker, cocoa board during this period was able to pay back the syndicated loan within the stipulated time from February to August.
Honorable Chairman, you mentioned and tried to paraphrase something he said, and he immediately stood up. Maybe he has some objection to what you said. You will get back your minutes, don't worry. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable colleague is attributing to me something I never said. I spoke about cocoa board incurring losses every year since they assumed office. And I mentioned the specific figures. I never went into their debts. And so if he's saying that cocoa board owes 16 billion, it should be his statement. He shouldn't attribute that to me. I never spoke about the gross debt, the total debt of cocoa board. So if he's talking about the gross debt, that should be his statement. He shouldn't mention my name. So he should owe it. No, apart from that, apart from the losses they have incurred, they have also borrowed. They have also borrowed. So when you put their total debt together, that will be something else. And that is what he is talking about. I dealt with the yearly debts.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if Mr. Honorable Eric Opoku is denying that, then of course there's no debt at cocoa board. Is that what you're saying? Mr. Speaker, the debt at cocoa board is an accumulated one. And even in the midst of this difficulty, cocoa board has been punctual in repayment of its debt. The 2021-2022 year, cocoa board was able to repay the loan fully between February and August that year. This year, cocoa board has assured us that they can pay back the monies they took from the syndication for the activities at cocoa board. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa board, Mr. Speaker, the producer price per ton was increased by 21.21%. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the conditions as we see, the environmental conditions in terms of rainfall has been perfect. And cocoa board is assuring us, based on this, that the production target of 850 can be attained. Mr. Speaker, application of fertilizers is also on course. Mr. Speaker, effective implementation of the production or productivity enhancement program is also on course. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Eric Opoku said in the statement that the figure, it is true, in the budget. Mr. Speaker, my checks also tells me that for the 4 years, it is not possible cocoa board will still produce, or cocoa farmers will produce 450 metric tons per hectare. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, they are doing 600 metric tons per hectare. And Mr. Speaker, it may, Mr. Speaker, cocoa processing, he said the beans were not even available. Mr. Speaker, a lot of the countries
which import cocoa from Ghana, processed in total, together with what we do locally, 64% of cocoa this year, Mr. Speaker. What I'm telling you now is the gospel truth, and I know if it's checked from anywhere, you will get it. Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chairman, just a minute. Yes, what did you actually say? Honorable Eric Opoku.
In my submission, I alluded to the fact that the budget is reporting that today, the per hectare production of cocoa is still 450 kilograms. And my colleague is saying that that is not true, and that they are doing 600 kilograms per hectare. And I want to refer him to paragraph 547, the very paragraph I referred to, which reads, Mr. Speaker, as part of efforts to scale up the rehabilitation component of the PEPs, part of the ALDB/CS facility was applied to curb the spread of the cocoa swollen shoot virus disease. In addition to curbing the spread of the CSSV disease, it will replace old, unproductive cocoa trees and improve high-yielding, disease-tolerant cocoa varieties produced by the Cocoa Research Institute of Ghana. This is expected to increase yield per hectare from the current average of 450 kilograms per hectare to the target average of 1,200 kilograms. Your budget is reporting that currently it is 450 kilograms per hectare. And you are saying that you are doing 600 kilograms per hectare. Are you speaking from the budget or from where?
From where? Where from that?
Yes, because he cannot furnish this house with information that contradicts what is contained in the budget for which they are debating. This is an official document. So you should withdraw and apologize for attempting to mislead this other's house.
Yes.
It's wrong.
Yeah. They should do their needful.
Honorable Chair.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, could you tell us the source of the 600?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is from the Research Department of Kokuma. Mr. Speaker, the figure there was the baseline figure when the program started. And Mr. Speaker, agronomically, Mr. Speaker, this cannot be true. So, Mr. Speaker, you will revisit this particular aspect. And during
Honorable Chair, just go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch briefly on the fisheries sector. Mr. Speaker, the fisheries and aquaculture sector has the potential to contribute significantly to national development if given the needed support. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the quantum of or the number of people employed under the fisheries sector, about 3 million Ghanaians, it is an area that we have to pay attention to. And I'm not surprised, Mr. Speaker, this budget has stipulated a lot of programs that will help enhance the activities of the sector. Mr. Speaker, fisheries provide about 60%.
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker,
actually, I'm giving you 4 additional minutes. So the shout of "Oh" is completely out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sector provides about 60% of our fish need. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our protein needs. Mr. Speaker, a lot of programs have been earmarked or lined up for the implementation of activities under the sector. Mr. Speaker, the major problem that the fishing sector faces is the IUU, the illegal, unregulated, and unreported activities of fishermen. Mr. Speaker, the fisheries resource stocks are dwindling, and if we want to make sure the protein needs of the people is enhanced, Mr. Speaker, we have to shift our attention to the aquaculture
That is where a lot of opportunities have been opened for the
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Isaac Adongo. Honorable member, you are not ranking, so you have only 10 minutes.
Incoming ranking.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't even need 10 minutes to look through this funeral debt that they came to read. Mr. Speaker, I have been sitting here since the day the minister read the budget. And I was... Mr. Speaker, I was very surprised that the minister and members of government are seeking to take away monies that investors gave them when they needed most to fund the economy. And what they sought to do was to unilaterally come and announce a formula they will use to give back the people's money or not to give it to them. Mr. Speaker, the effects and the impact of those announcements are going to hurt this economy for a very, very long time. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the minister wants to go back to these same people to go and collect 44 billion from them. I don't know whether they will be so generous to give you money when the others haven't come. Paragraph 150 of this budget says that 45% of our public debt is in short-term instruments that are due in 1 year. When you work the numbers, it comes to about 307 billion. We must find that money and give it to them. Obviously, you have to go back to others to collect money to refinance this. They do give you almost 250 billion that you need from the market. Mr. Speaker, you also owe this market 52 billion in interest payments. So cumulatively, your exposure to this government, this group of people, is 300 billion Ghana cedis. They are the most important players if this budget can be implemented or cannot be implemented. But Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised. If you are a fan of football, and I'm happy to see you the other day jubilating when Ghana won. But there was a player in the United Kingdom, in England, called Maguire, who was playing for Manchester United. Harry Maguire. He's a defender. He was tackling everybody and throwing his bodies everywhere that he was seen as the best defender in the world. Manchester United went and bought him. He became the biggest threat at the center of Manchester United's defense, tackling Manchester players and giving assists to opponents. Mr. Speaker, when even the opponents fail to score, Maguire will score for them. Mr. Speaker, you remember in this country we also had an economic Maguire. This economic Maguire went to Malata market and were clapping, saying that this man is the best in managing foreign currency. The same economic Maguire was roaming at Central University, delivering lectures on how to restore the value of the city. Mr. Speaker, when we gave this Maguire the opportunity to be at the center of our defense, he became the risk of our own goal. Dr. Momia, our economic Maguire, is now tackling all the fundamentals of our economy and destroying all of them. When he said that he was the best in calculating inflation, he moved us to 40.4. When he said that he was the best in managing depreciation, that was 9% at the Mahama, he moved it to 54%. Mr. Speaker, this man was crying everywhere that businesses are collapsing because of interest rate. Today, Koku Mensa Enterprise will have to borrow above the 36% government is borrowing, somewhere around 45 to 50%. Mr. Speaker, the biggest fear now is that we may be paying appearance fee for this Maguire to now score downgrade against the other.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Katie Hammond.
Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member from Ododo rose up on a point of order against the honorable member, so I'm not sure why he's sitting down there. So get up and make a point of order. So get up.
Mr. Speaker,
Actually, he didn't catch my eye, so I didn't see him. Yes. Honorable member, continue.
Mr. Speaker, what this tells us that we should be very careful in signing everybody that appears to be a good footballer. Because in some instances, like in the case of our own Economic Maguire, we signed an opponent who ended up tackling all our economic indicators and destroying them the way Maguire is tackling Manchester United defenders. Today, when the hair sees Maguire with the ball, he doesn't know whether he's going to score or he's going to help his team. I thought we had heard the last of him. The last time he just came out with another naive hypothesis that he now wants to get gold to go and collect oil for our country. Mr. Speaker, whether you are buying your oil with cedis or you are doing butter, how does that change your balance of payment? How does that change your balance of payment? So, Mr. Speaker, you have to be very careful that at the heart of our economic management is the biggest risk to our economy. Unfortunately, just like Man United cannot sack Maguire until his contract ends, we are saddled with this man until 2024.
God help us.
But unfortunately, Maguire now says that he wants a free roll to head up everywhere on the pitch. He wants to become president. We must find somebody in the team to man-mark our own Maguire. And I'm happy Kennedy Japan and Honorable Alan Shamante are doing this job for us, and we must not fail them. But Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy is in crisis. And unfortunately, we don't have anybody. And for the Minister for Finance, I have now left him for your agenda 98 people. Should deal with him. My focus is the Maguire. We must find a way to remove it. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana's own recent press statement that was issued on Monday, just yesterday, and it is titled Bank of Ghana Monetary Policy Committee Press Release, November 28, 2022. Mr. Speaker, the governor was at pains to explain that, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to read. He said the Bank of Ghana's survey and consumer confidence conducted in October 2022 continued to point to softening economic sentiment. Consumer confidence dipped on account of rising inflation and uncertainty about the future of our economic conditions. Business sentiments also deteriorated on concerns about rising operational costs, sharp currency depreciation, and weak consumer demand. Both the consumer and the businessman have no confidence in our economy. This is the Bank of Ghana governor speaking. Mr. Speaker, the governor even explains why economic activities contracted in the third quarter and said the reasons why our economic activities contracted was because we could not generate much from VAT. Port activities have declined, and it is the reason we are not doing well. It means our port is now empty. Meanwhile, the minister is imposing taxes to go and stand at the port and collect money when the people have stopped bringing the goods. Mr. Speaker, this budget is in serious crisis even before it starts. You need 300 billion from the investor community that you are chasing their money and speaking as if their money is your money. Mr. Speaker, how did we get to a point where 45% of our public debt is in short-term instruments, giving us a big risk of refinancing? Which economic manager does that? But these are the people, and that's what they have delivered to our economy. Mr. Speaker, the governor is reporting that he has only given 19 billion to government. And yet all indicators of money supply in the economy are showing an astronomical jump by him himself.
Mr. Speaker, he says that the pace of expansion in monetary aggregates accelerated in October 2022 on the back of increased net domestic assets of depository corporation sector, while net foreign assets declined sharply. Broad money supply, including foreign currency deposit, grew by 45% year-on-year in October 2022, compared with 14% in the same period of 2021. Reserve money recorded an annual growth of 62.7% in October 2022, compared with 25%. Mr. Speaker, what all this is saying is that some strange money has suddenly found its way into the Ghanaian economy. And the governor is the only one who can pump money into our economy. So why is the governor pumping so much money? Which money is now chasing the foreign currency? Which money is now chasing inflation? Which money he's trying to recall with increases in policy rates? And that is why I keep saying that, Mr. Speaker, if we remove Kano Foriata and leave the governor of the central bank, what we have done is to live and come and fight another day. Both of them must live. But, Mr. Speaker, the banking sector is already suffering the impact of our financial crisis. Mr. Speaker, the governor is reporting that financial soundness indicators, which shows how resilient our banking sector is, showed strong asset growth, he said, showed broadly positive. The industry capital adequacy was 14.2% as at the end of October, above the prudential minimum of 13%, but shows a sharp decline from 19.8%. Mr. Speaker, what this is simply telling us is that because of this financial crisis, the government is explaining that because of asset losses of loans that they gave to government, which had to be marked to market, with banks now taking on the losses on their balance sheet, their capital base deteriorated from 19.5 to 14%. Mr. Speaker, the rule by Basel II and 3 is that you must have a capital of about 13%. We are only 1 point above the Basel. And yet we are talking about financial restructuring without knowing that these are the people who will suffer the consequences, and eventually they will be eroded and they will be out of the market. Mr. Speaker, I want to advise the government to be circumspect in its pronouncements and be very decisive in dealing with the debt question. Otherwise, we will end up wiping out our financial sector, and you and I will not have any place to hide. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I saw some pictures of Ghana's Maguire trying to play tricks with the football. Mr. Speaker, we just hope that he is not doing that in training to score another Dangweshi against Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now let's start. Now is the turn of Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoah.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my profound gratitude to you for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I would like to congratulate our able, hard-working Black Star players for giving us the victory they gave us yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I've made one observation. I think it will be extremely important that I said that in my preamble, so that my brothers from the other side will begin to take proper notice. I think we all believe in gender balance. I have never seen my brothers allowing any woman to debate on the economy before. I am surprised. I think they need to support women, encourage them and motivate them, because economy is the central factor of developing any socio-economic framework in the world.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move on.
Your colleague is up on his feet, so I have to give him the opportunity. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Order 86, Rule 1 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I may read, a member desiring to speak shall rise in his place and address the chair only after catching Mr. Speaker's eye. Mr. Speaker, my humble position is that I see that the name that appears under the honorable member whilst he rises and speaks is the Honorable Dan Butchie.
So he's not rising.
And so, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member breaches Order 86, Sub 1.
By not rising.
And so, if you may do the appropriate thing, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Yes, I thank you.
Honorable member, you read rightly, but there is some issue you overlooked. A member desiring to speak shall rise in his place and address the chair only after catching Mr. Speaker's eye. So what we use is the member rising on his feet. And the member is to rise on his feet in his place. It's not the name that appears that you use to catch your eye. I ruled on this matter before, but leadership seems not to have supported it, because even leaders were speaking not from their seats. And I observed it. I thought that was the sense of the House, that insistence on you speaking from your seat is something you objected to. So for some time now, I have not objected to any person speaking from any seat. And today, a number of you spoke from different seats, and we never objected to it. So we may need to amend our standing orders to conform to what you want, your desire, not my attempt to enforce something that maybe is now an anachronism. So please, honorable member, you may continue. I know you have ambition to become a leader. So you are moving closer and closer to the leader. Your seat is being threatened. So, yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am encouraging my junior brother to approach the seat of leadership. Who knows where you will migrate next? And my colleague, the honorable member for Rosen, your constituency, South Dai, the member for South Dai, in drawing your attention to Order 86.1, did not submit himself to Order 86.3. So if you want a strict application of the rule, you must submit yourself equally. If you come into equity, you must come with clean hands. But Mr. Speaker, I guess we can go on. I guess we can go on.
Honorable Dr. Steve Asamoah, please go on.
Thank you, Father. I think, Father, they know that I'm the only biological son of yours. So, they are all stepchildren. Mr. Speaker,
this is a very dangerous statement. Your mother is going to ask you questions. Yes, you may go.
Mr. Speaker, I was thinking that due to the peculiar nature, the outlier situation we find ourselves in as a country, not only Ghana, as a continent and even as a globe, one wouldn't have been interested in doing comparative analysis of our economic primary macro indicators. However, our people at home, in my constituency and other constituencies, are watching us, and some of the comparisons and the figures they are giving are rather going to make them arbitrary decisions. And I think we need to set the record straight. If they are claiming that what we are having today in terms of our primary macro indicators are all-time record high, and they are actually inducing and producing all forms of destructive interference of waves in-house, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. In fact, the worst case scenario in terms of our debt to GDP was the year 2000. It was about 150%. And they need to check that fact. So they shouldn't behave as if what is happening today as a result of even the global crisis has never occurred. And sometimes some of their pronouncements are even influencing other gullible ones to be thinking of doing the unexpected in our country. Anyway, I don't want to mention it. Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Atuforsen, doctor, my very good friend, on the same committee was talking, he said that, in fact, post-COVID inflation rate in Ghana has been increased in terms of percentage about 295. Yes, it's true. Oh, it's true. It's true. Leader, please let me finish. You let me finish. I'm coming. No, let me, leader, can I finish? Oh, thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, really, it has nothing to do with what the honorable member on his feet is talking about. It's rather the percentages that were given by the honorable Atuforsen. They are incorrect. The Speaker, if 100 increases to 200, the percentage increase is just 100%. If it goes to 300, the percentage increase is 200. So one is 13, and then he mentioned 44, and he says that it is over 360%. The Speaker, that is totally wrong. What he was saying, his percentages were totally wrong. I decided not to talk to it. But my colleague is repeating it. I'm saying to him that the figures given by Diana Asamoah was totally incorrect. Honorable Member, you may go on.
Thank you.
The calculations are different, so you are allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Honorable Atuforsen's parameter or methodology he used was if you have a percentage increase from a base value of say 10 to 20, the percentage increase in terms of, what has happened between that two periods or data points, you take the difference and divide by the base and multiply by 100. In that case, it's 295. But then the point is, if you check the global economy post-COVID, it was 2.2%. That is 2019 thereabout. 2022, it went to, Mr. Speaker, 8.8, which is averaging 300%. In the case of the United Kingdom, pre-COVID, 2019, it was 1.74. As I'm talking to you now, it is 11.1. In terms of percentage increase, it's over 450%. If you talk of USA, pre-COVID, 2019, it was 1.81. As I'm talking to you now, it's 8.8. So if you are talking of percentage increase, even the global is higher than what Ghana had. And that's the point is happening. That's what I'm arriving at hope. One thing that shows clearly that they don't have their facts or they are just displaying intellectual dishonesty, or as I said the other time, they ask for explanation and conscious incompetence on their part. Mr. Speaker, if you even consider currency, how to set these things straight. They took over from MPP government the year 2009. The rate was 1.1, 1 cedi to $1. 2016, they left 4.2. In terms of percentage increase, 320. Now it is 14.5. Percentage increase is about 270%. So even if you are talking about change and do that comparative analysis, what is happening today, if we want to only go by the figures, they are far better than this. In spite of the fact that today's situation is an outlier situation. Any honest God-fearing person in Ghana today who is not ignorant, Mr. Speaker, I think they are distracting me too much. No, I can't. Mr. Speaker, I think they'll do me a favor by avoiding these distractions because it's not fair. It's not fair.
Honourable member, I'm in charge.
Mr. Speaker, if you talk about taxes, it is very interesting. Within 2-year period, from 2014 to 2016, the NDC government, without all these hullabaloo problems, difficult situations we are going, they either introduced or imposed either new tax items or completely new ones, 26 taxes, including condom taxes. They did that. And even tax the Kayari, the current child, a social democratic party of government that is taxing Kayari. And the only
Good day, Nigeria. My name is Babatunde Adola Kende, and welcome to another edition of Election Desk on My Nigeria TV. On today's show, we'll be discussing 3 topical issues. First of which is the official launch of the campaign of the All Progressive Congress in Jos. There were quite a few talking points we'll be breaking down here. Then also moved to the PDP, the largest opposition party, who indeed have their own issues in there. Waysom Wike is more or less he's becoming torturous to the presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar. And lastly, we'll go to the camp of the Labour Party. The Obedience, how far are they going? They've been able to gather quite a few endorsements so far, some of which have come from Hollywood celebrities. Gonna be right back.
Now, to sang quite dear one to Nambia, a man in quite be brave.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I cook on Sam. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting so the unbeatable Bisumi promo code no Dr. Likey Nenya £10, $10 and now $10 Canadian what first transaction what they send this car coffee no dial to Lemon and Finance.
To help me with the discussion, on my right, I have Otumba Lukman, who is actually a member of the ruling All Progressive Congress. On my left, we have Chukwuemeka Nnaji, who has become a tough shell when it comes to Ghana. He's an obedient from the Labour Party. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Yeah.
Good. It's a good time to be a member of the APC. Your party obviously launched officially the campaign in Jos. There were a few talking points, but what was your general impression of that particular event?
Thank you for having me again. Yeah, we've launched our manifesto, and it was successful. The entire world witnessed this. They said we are not going to have that, but we bring it on board. And after the manifesto, I don't know, maybe you have gone through it. We have been able to touch all sectors that is affecting Nigeria. And you've heard the candidate, our candidate, the APC candidate, that said he is going to build on what President Muhammadu Buhari has done, irrespective of what he has done wrongly or the one he has done well. Whether it's wrong or right, I think we still need to build on whatever we must have done. And after the launch of the manifesto, I think you have seen us doing the town hall meeting. We've had one at Lagos with the business class. We had another one in Niger with the farmers, and we had the other one at Nasarawa with the miners. These are problems that are really affecting Nigeria. When he talks about the business sectors, the Dangotes, the Odumelus, these are the people that drive the economy of our nation. And our candidates needs to invite them to tell them his plans and area he wants them to work with him so that we can easily build the nations together. And the Niger State, about the farmers, we are trying to, because there is nothing we can do. We can be producing 10 million barrels of crude oil every day. We still need to diversify the economy. And the easiest way to build that nation is to diversify the economy into agriculture. And that's the reason why the candidate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu met with the farmers, was able to listen to their problems, what are the challenges they are having, what area can it come from. And he stated it, and he brought the people that will work for him, that really understand the agriculture sector, the irrigations and the rest of it. And I think it was successful. The third one was the Nasarawa, that has a town hall meeting with the miners. And now there is so much agitation on gold mining and all those stuff. So, and the issue of, it was the same gold mining problems that is creating a kind of tension in Nasarawa on the attacks and the bandits. So he had a discussion with them, and he was able to tell them, look, we all need to work together, and we need to make the mining sector to contribute so largely to our economy, and which he is ready to work with everybody so that he will be able to put the plans on ground, the local miners and the big time. So these are what he is going to build on, because before 2015 we don't even know that we have gold in Nigeria. So it was this government. So when people are saying, well, how can you say that you want to build on what Buhari has done, what has he done? It was Buhari government that brought out, exposed that there was a gold, and it was under Buhari government that they started paying some amount of money to federal government on gold mining.
I mean, we'll actually come back to that conversation, but let me come to Chief Nnaji. You saw what happened, what the APC did in Jos. Looking on from an opposition perspective, what did you make of it?
Thank you.
Saying that, this is obviously a party who would like to continue, and like he said, build up from what Buhari has done.
Thank you, Tunde, for giving me this time. Otumba is a great man I have known for a long time. The only problem I'm having with Otumba is that
his party affiliation have made him to be blind, and he decided not to see what is going on. I see how, sorry to make this comment, that how he's struggling to present APC as a party. And I'm not going to envy him at this time, because he's really in a difficult time. APC have failed Nigeria. And anybody who is campaigning on the ticket of APC is actually signing a suicide for Nigerian future. Now, what is a town hall meeting? Actually, I think he's now running away. All the meetings he's having is with which people? Are they our problem? Dangote and Lumelu and all these people is people who created employment out of nothing, was supported by even PDP, to create this wealth. However, I'm not bothered about that. But you can see that Nigeria rejected APC, right? You can see that people already rejected APC, and we don't
How so?
You can see what happens with the agitations. Most of their time, even the one they did in Owerri, I wasn't actually, let me be frank with you, I don't follow their campaign because it's worth nothing to me. The reason I don't follow is a copy, it's a recycler. If they're going to Owerri, they're bringing all the jets. They're going to Abuja, they're bringing all the jets. They have hacked all the whole Nigeria and dumped Nigerian money in their account, and they're using it the way they like. It's quite unfortunate that any youth less than 50 will be talking about APC at this point. What happened in 2015? It was the same problem we are facing with PDP, and they brought in change. And that's why I'm not going to Tinubu building on what Buhari have done. What has Buhari done that Tinubu is building on? Senator Tinubu is a leader of APC, so he shouldn't build on Buhari's achievement. He should build on the party's achievement. There's nowhere Tinubu, His Excellency Buhari succeeded that he did not succeed with Tinubu. There's nowhere he failed, he did not fail with Tinubu. He's bringing the same people that manage His Excellency Buhari's, ministers to put in the same. If you see, they are the same people that are bringing the money. They stole all the Nigerian monies and are using it to campaign now. And when they came to power, they only fixed all of them the same way. So what I'm saying in essence is that, for me, it has nothing to build on. Sometime, I was sending Antrell. I said, listen, those things that you are sending them, my mother who did not go to any school can do that. Because Nigeria is a great country. And let us not forget, what is our problem? We fail because of insecurity. What have you done about it? When the Chibok girls were, kidnapped, my heart blew off. Anything that will remove the government that cannot protect that girls, I supported it. When you came, another thing is to go and kidnap another group of girls and bring them back. And now kidnapping has become a lucrative business in Nigeria under APC government in these 8 years. And they are telling me you are going to build on that. They are going to build on no light. Where you told us we are going to have 25 light. The national grid have collapsed how many times then, I don't know. But now, last I read, it says 4,000 megawatt with a population of Nigeria. The road infrastructure, I cannot travel from Onitsha to Enugu in less than 4 hours. Is that what you are going to build upon? And so many other things. Time may not permit us to go into it. What I'm saying is that His Excellency Buhari is not a corrupt person. And he fell this way. Senator Tinubu is a total corrupt person. He failed double. Thank you.
Otumba, President Buhari came into office in 2015. He more or less campaigned that he was going to end corruption. He was going to handle insecurity, more or less release the Chibok girls who were kidnapped. And it feels like it's a failure because subsequently we've seen kidnapping or insecurities rise, and we have loads of young girls, loads of personalities being kidnapped, political assassination as well. Has your party done well as far as security is concerned, or insecurity is concerned in Nigeria?
We need to be realistic about life. The problems about African is we are not always realistic. We don't look at the reality of problem. Yes, President Muhammadu Buhari, we campaign about eradication of insecurity. What is the insecurity in Nigeria? We have different issues of insecurity. We have states. We have a role a state government will play. We have a role a local government will play. And we have a role federal government will play. When we are talking about insecurity, before 2015, there was external attack in the northeast. And there was so much, a lot of local government that was captured that even they have to raise the flag. When we came, we were able to stabilize the southeast. They moved to southwest. The problems we are having as a nation is the state government. The state government that refuse to allow the local government to function. We have 3 tiers of government. You see, this is the reason why we need to look at the reality. What really caused why I fell down when I was working? You don't need to tell me why do you fall down. No, what caused it?
Are you blaming the governors for the insecurity in their state?
Yes, because let me state it for you. Every insecurity that happens, it happens at the ward or at the local government level. And we're supposed to have we have 3 tiers of government. We have federal government, state, and local government. They all take allocations. State government, state allocation, local government takes allocation. State government takes security vote, local government takes security vote. And I'm telling you today, write it down, insecurity will never be solved in Nigeria if we don't allow the local government to function. This is the issue. This is the state. The state, the governor is at the capital of the state. We have about 20 local government. There are some local government that they are almost 2 hours drive to the capital. So if a crime being committed at 2 hours drive, even before the police will mobilize and get down there, they've already gone and they've already done what they want to do.
But now the conversation is that the state governments do not have the power to sanction the police to handle certain things. So, for instance, there's an attack somewhere in Kaduna or Kano, a small village in Kaduna or Kano. Now, you need the police there, you need the army to assist in actually solving this particular crime. Do we need to go to the federal level?
That's the reason why I'm telling you guys that you are not facing reality. If any governor tells you they don't have access to police, it's the big lie. These are lies. These are lies. The governors lies to Nigerians, and Nigerians swallow it, not to someone like me. I will ask you why there is no insecurity in River State. River State is not APC state, it's PDP. Why there is no insecurity in Kano? Why there is no insecurity in Lagos State? Those governors are doing the needful. The commissioner of police knows how much the governor is collecting as a security vote. What are the governors using the security vote for? The security vote going to local government, the local government allocation, what are they using it for? These are money that you should have used to assist the Nigerian police, which they are shouting that we need state. We don't need any state police. What we need is local government police, which they call counting police in the United States. The problems of our governors is they just want to capture everything. I'm asking you, why are we not having insecurity in River State? And we case during the COVID-19, he arrested federal government agency. He arrested a lot of people. Federal government could not bail those people. Who are the people we can use to arrest those people? Are they not the same Nigerian police? Why did he have access to the Nigerian police? It's because he is doing the needful to the state police. Every state has commissioner of police. So why must you call Abuja? You have to call your commissioner of police. So there is problem here. But when you are collecting your allocation, your security vote, and you are not doing anything you are not assisting the state police, they also will be looking at you. Are you expecting the commissioner of police to use his money to buy fuel and use the little allocations coming from federal government is a little. And the state government should be able to assist the state government so that they will be able to fight the insecurity. Secondly, they collapsed the local government. Let me tell you, local government takes monthly allocation, almost 100 to 120 million. Each local government in Nigeria,
for security,
not for security, monthly allocation.
For monthly allocation.
So their security vote might be 10% of that money. And local government on their own can employ 100 police that, okay, monitor. I want you guys to monitor.
So this is basically a matter of corruption. So who's corrupt? The local government?
It's the governors. It's the governors.
The governors are
The
corrupt.
governors that prevented the local government not to work.
Mr. Naji.
Yes.
The governors, I mean, basically, according to Otumba, the governors are corrupt.
You know, Otumba is struggling, and I will help him. We have one Inspector General of Police in Nigeria, and I have had a case before that my opponent neutralized the state artilleries. I have to call Abuja to get strength, and I was able to overcome. That's how it works. Whatever happens in any state, in fact, in some cases, governors will be given instruction. IGP will give his own instruction, and that ends the matter. IGP can call even a orderly, say, don't follow Otumba tomorrow, and nobody follows him. If you like, you can jump in the water, I don't care. He won't follow you. So what he's saying, I'm surprised. However, Peter Obi says he's coming to create that. And I'm sure he will do it, because he knows how to do it.
How? How will he do it?
Yes. You see, what Peter Obi does when he was a governor is that he was able to collaborate with the federal, because that is the whole thing he was struggling to talk about. If you are a good governor, I agree with him, you are able to have a good rapport with the federal. And when you have a good rapport with federal, as it stands now, the state can be well, protected. But most of the states that are not rich and are not APC states, they are vulnerable. But I don't want to go into that. So what Peter Obi did was to equip the federal institutions in Anambra State. The commissioner and him have one-on-one discussion. And I believe the IDP was also known about every discussion. And the men was sent to protect Anambra State. And that was done. But this time he says he's going to do it differently. What is he going to do? He's going to create that set of police or security men. You may call it anything. But one thing he's sure of, in the East we have what we call vigilantes, like Amakoten in the West. Mbago failed because they use it for their selfish reasons. Now the problem, and what I'm not even bothered, if you are not strong enough to control, to allow governors to have their own power, is that Nigeria at this point to use power against the opponent, which it shouldn't be so. But if you have a strong central, you realize that if anybody, whether it's your opponent or enemy, if you marginalize him or if you attack him wrongly, the federal should come. In fact, if you violate any rule of law, you will be punished. If we have institutions that are so strong that way, I don't have problem. But until then, what is going on now is that, like a bag with a form, they use it to kill innocent people. It's supposed to be a security apparatus of the eastern state, but it's not really working well. Amakoten, I don't know how it works, but I think that is more united. All the governors are using it well. I don't have much this, but their cases are not come like the bag who is killing innocent people. That's my case. Now, what he is saying about governors, who is a governor? The governor is under the president, for goodness sake. If you're not doing well, I know the level of independence each state has. Let me take Lagos for instance. There's a time there's a stubborn governor in Lagos State. They don't take allocation.
Who is the stubborn governor?
The man now coming to be the president. They didn't give him allocation. And they fought it all till he left. So there's a way to handle those areas. But I'm not going to praise any wrongdoing. The president then didn't do well because the governor is not the people. He must protect the interests of the people, not the interests of the governors. So what I'm saying in essence is that his point is okay, but I'm not going to agree with him. I still believe that he's the president who is in charge. He's the chief of army staff.
And basically, the president has failed.
He is in charge. And he's everywhere. And Nigeria shouldn't be different. So it shouldn't be as if we are living in an animal kingdom where everybody can do anything he likes. And take it from me. Any day we have a very strong president like His Excellency P2B, you see what we're going to change. Everything will set itself. You see, if you are putting a program in a computer and everything went on, you see how they are now keying in. That's how all the institutions, even human beings, will key in. And people, you see that we're going to have a new world. Not this kind we're having now, we're crying for. So please, let us think of future of Nigeria. At my age, there's nothing I need anymore that I don't know about. In fact, what can I say I need now? I don't eat too much food now. It says, what else? I don't know. In fact, the next thing for me to do is to go to a village. So if I do anything wrong for the future of the children and unborn ones, austerity will not be fair with me. Please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Energy, for your submission. When we come back from this very, very short commercial break, we'll also be discussing the PDP, the internal wranglings in the PDP, how they are more or less sorting themselves out. Wisdom Wiki, the governor of Rivers State, has been able to galvanize a certain support that has become very, very poisonous on the presidential candidate. We'll discuss more after this break.
Now, to sound quite dear one to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I cook on some. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. Unbeatable. Resume promo code no. Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 Canadian. What first transaction? What they send this car coffee no? Dial to Lemon and Finance.
The internal wranglings in the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, seems not to go away. And Wike again more or less tested the resolve of Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate, when he invited President Buhari, Adanzo Shomole, and Peter Obi, and a few others to commission certain projects in Rivers State. This has caused a storm within the party and is also dwindling the popularity of Atiku Abubakar. We'll discuss this with our pundits. Otuma Lukman, Wike is a tough nut to crack, no doubt. And for him, all he wants is that he wants Iyorchia Ayu to resign because he violated the constitution of the party, of the great party. Now, his contestation is that Atiku, who is from the north, is the presidential candidate. Ayu as well, who is from the north, is the national chairman, which again, like I said, violates everything the PDP stands for. And he's not in for that. He has done all he can to distract the party from their presidential campaigns. Is it working?
Well, I wouldn't have, I don't even want to speak on that because the problem happening in PDP is an advantage to me, to my party. I'm happy. So I shouldn't give them expo for their problem to be solved. I want the problem to continue. And I don't, but like I said earlier, let's face reality. To me, I've praised Governor Wike several times on his activities on infrastructure level. But on this case, I think I'm highly disappointed with Governor Wike. And I'm highly disappointed in PDP I expected PDP to have suspended all these governors for them, because all their activities, these anti-party activities, and this should tell you that PDP are not ready to come to power. PDP are not sincere with Nigerians, because if PDP get power tomorrow, which means some group of people can hold the president to ransom that you won't go here, you won't do this, you won't do that. If the 5 governors can be doing this to Atiku today, and the party could not take their stand. Let me tell you, in 2019, Wike forced PDP to come and do convention in River State, in Port Harcourt. There was, but at the end of the day, they succumbed to him. He single-handedly bring Secondo. And he single-handedly removed Secondo. He has done 3 to 4 activities which the whole party, PDP, surrendered themselves to one single man.
But could it also be that Wike was in the party in 2015 when the party collapsed, when Atiku went to the APC?
Is it only Wike that stood with the party in 2015 when some people left? He wasn't the only one, and that does not give him the right to hold the party to ransom. It doesn't make sense to anybody. When before the primaries of the 2 parties, all the Southern, irrespective of their political party, came together that the power must come back to South. They've never stated maybe South, Southeast, or Southwest, but they say it must come back to South, which Governor Wike is part of that job. So it's now left for both of you, both the party APC, people, governors in APC, go to APC and go and fight. That was the reason why you could see Governor Akeredolu of Ondo was shouting that no, he will make sure that APC comes down if they did not give the power, if they did not take the power to South. Never said Southwest. So it's now left for the party, for APC or PTP to know which of the South they will take it to microzone, because they have to look at the elections, the regions that really favor them. So Governor Wike knew about all this. Governor Wike sent out Chief Secondus and brought Senator Ayu. Now you want Senator Ayu to leave. If Senator Ayu leave, it will affect the vice chairman. It will affect other positions, and they cannot go to convention again at this period. So I expected Governor Wike to calm down. I won't support the issue. I won't support what he's saying today, because he is the main mind behind it. Let me tell you one thing. Before they went,
before you come, Wike's claims, are they legitimate? So according to him, like I said earlier, somebody from Northern Extraction has the presidential candidacy, more or less. Somebody from Northern Extraction has the national chairmanship of the party, which is against the party's constitution. And according to him, that wasn't the deal they agreed to. You know, when this whole electionary process started, it doesn't have a point. It doesn't have a claim.
Let me tell you, anytime you build on a sandy soil, your building is bound to destroy and collapse. You see, the issue in the PDP is just a mirror of Nigeria's system of politics, where people, based on maybe accusation, if you are in a particular place where you stole more money, you think you are more powerful. And that is why Rivers, Lagos, and other places that get bigger allocation can make or speak boldly, because they have a lot of fund to control, and they don't use it for what they're supposed to use it. They use it for their own private, self, and they now want to think that the state has become their company. Now, let me take it, whether it's legitimate. What is legitimate about it? You have a constitution, one, that says if the chairman goes north, the presidential
must come south.
Now, when they have decided that Atiku will run in 2019, put up secondaries, like Tumba have said. And they actually sponsored, according to allegation we have, I'm not there, sponsored the program of PDP at that level. Because Atiku had been jumping from one place to another because he wanted to be a president. So he sponsored it and maybe joined with Atiku and they have the presidential candidate. And he produced that secondus. Seeing that secondus will be a barrier to his own ambition because he wanted to be a president. He now removed him. Through what? Through legislation. They went to the Congress and removed him. There's a court issues. But based on the fact that he knows what he's doing, secondus was removed. Whatever court said didn't matter at this point. They cancel everything. I think the man go and sleep. Immediately it happens like that. What would have happened as a party if they know what they are doing is to now say the nomination will only be from the southern candidate, but not taken from the northern. Do you understand? That's the legality of it. We are taking nomination only from the southern. And the South on their own should also know that, okay, South have got 6 years. Southwest have done 8 years. It's now Southeast. We have candidates from the Southeast. Let them buy the nomination form. Because if you want to play a fair game, that's how it goes. The turn of PDP presidential candidates should be Southeast. QED. There's nothing to argue if that their constitution works. And if there is a moral justification of what they are doing. But because he has the money, he thought that he have go instead of them to go in this way to make it legally and use moral aspect of it and make sure they create a peaceful Nigeria. What they did is, okay, he go and gang up with some governors. It's not only him. When the governor was among all those G5 did. Last time he was speaking, he told them that vehicle that they took to convention is not only him who bought it. All of them bring money. And they now changed the whole thing and brought it to this. Fine. I'm happy that he's now crying. He can dance 200 times. He's crying. I know he's crying. The only problem I'm going to have now is that he may cause trouble in Nigeria. Because with what he's doing, if he carry on these people, go and support APC, that's Nigeria is totally destroyed for him.
But were you happy when he endorsed your candidate?
Did he endorse him?
He did.
I did not.
He called Peter Obi a good man.
The next day.
He called him a good leader.
Yes.
He called him somebody who he described him as somebody who Nigeria needs at the moment.
That is true.
That's an endorsement, right?
But no, he never endorsed him. He never endorsed him.
He endorsed him.
He never endorsed him. But because if he endorsed, you see, there is what's his name? Governor Wike can never leave PDP.
He have said
as at this period in 2015, people that wanted to move out of PDP, they have moved. Left. They've told the whole PDP that, look, we are moving and this is what we are doing.
No, those people are more sincere.
They are more sincere. But
Wike is too dangerous.
The statement I want to make then was, before the primaries, there was a committee that was set up, headed by Governor Samuel Houghton, that should they open it? Should they open the presidential candidate for any zone to contest, or they should send it to South? But Governor Wike is part of the people that thumbprint that it should be opened.
No.
So no, wait.
You are not a member of PDP.
I'm not a member, but the information that got to me.
No.
What Atiku was trying to do is, if it will be microzone to Southeast, he will not contest. Because the South, if you are claiming that he should go to South, he will not agree. He will go to contest because Obasanjo has done in Southwest. Jonathan has done in South. So if you are going to microzone it to Southeast, I'm good to go. Yeah. But because if the microzone to Southeast, it will affect Governor Wike. The person that had the committee that decided what they should do, whether it should be open or it should be zoned to South, was Governor Samuel Otom, which is main man to Governor Wike. So while all of them are crying today, you see, this is what I'm telling you, that we Nigerians, we need to open our eyes and face reality. All these people, they are playing politics that it doesn't make sense to anybody. We are too smart for what they are doing. And that is the reason why someone like me, I've lost respect for Governor Wike. With due respect to him, they should not be playing. We are upcoming politicians, and we should be able to learn something good from them. We should learn. They will leave the state, and we will be coming. We should be able to learn something. Not all the dirty politics they are playing. And this is the reason why I was so angry with PDP. That they should have suspended them. Without them, PDP can still win power. The party should.
Well, according to Wike, he says to win Nigeria's presidency, you need to win Rivers, Lagos.
It doesn't matter. He is not
and Kano.
He's not a
Buhari didn't win Rivers. Buhari did not win Rivers State.
But he won Kano and Lagos.
He won Kano and Lagos.
Which basically is
so
equally important.
You see, the politics of 2023 is different from what we saw in 2015.
Already on.
Are you getting it? And
the narrative.
And you see, this is the reason why the game is between the PDP and APC, and that's the reason why I don't want their problem to solve.
That's
the obedience.
That's why you are deceiving yourself.
You see what we have done. The obedience should be grateful to APC, because PDP said to us in 1999, and they repeated in 2003, 2006, that they will govern Nigeria for 60 years. But the APC came together, we merged, and we take them out.
So this is
the same strength the obedience are taking. But we are watching them if they can. You see, the problems are obedience are very popular in South. But what about North? Buhari with different political party. There's no Nigerians, there's no politicians standing today that is more popular than Buhari, that has been able to gather 12 million votes on different political parties. It's only Buhari, but with his 12 million votes, he cannot win. Obi cannot get 7 million votes, not to talk of 12 million. So you see, let's be realistic. You know, we are this 2022, and fine, we'll do partisan issue, but we should be more realistic about the future of our nation. Nigeria has changed. Obedience are coming out because our democracy is competitive. If it was 2003, 2007, 2011, we've already known who will be the president immediately after the primaries of PDP.
But Otuma, let me ask you.
It's true. It's true. Have you ever seen any party challenge?
It's just a newborn democrat.
Otuma, let me ask you this question, and I think I'd like you to answer it genuinely. With the organic growth of obedience and the Labour Party and how far they've come in this short space of time, do you think they're a threat to your party and your candidate?
They are not threats. But you should know, like the last statement I made, that I've given kudos to them for me to give them 7 million votes. Atiku contested 2007. He got only 1.2 million votes. Are you getting me? A whole Atiku that got 11 million votes in 2019. Are you getting me? Let me tell you, they are saying that there is nothing like structure. It's not people that are structures. There is what we call political structure from the ward. The ward makes local government, the local government makes state, the state makes federal. So if you don't have all this structure, the polling unit, the obedience doesn't even have candidates for state assembly. They don't have candidates for a lot of House of Rep. They don't have candidates for House of for Senate. They were just shouting Obi, 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 Obi. Who are the people going to work for them at the ward, at the local government, at the constituency, at the senatorial level?
Well, to their defense, we've had Nigerians who have come to
if I've given them 7 million, that means I've acknowledged, but he can never be the president of Nigeria.
You don't have the voters card in your pocket. I know
I do have.
Some are with you, but we will see that we handle it.
Chief, before I come to you, let's go for a quick break. Afterwards, we'll discuss the whole obedience issue and how Peter Obi can more or less succeed if God wills. We'll be right back.
Now, to sound quite be a want to be a man in quite be brave.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I could concern. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia, a unbeatable. Resume promo code no Dr. Likey, Nanya £10, $10, and now $10 Canadian. What first transaction? What is Sunday Scar Coffee? No, dial to Lemon and Finance.
The conversation is getting interesting in the studio, and now to our last topic, we'll be discussing the strength of Peter Obi. We'll be talking about the endorsements he's received so far. We have a couple of celebrities who have actually endorsed him, Mr. Ibu, the P Square twins, Kenneth Okonkwo, and the likes of them have endorsed Peter Obi. Would this endorsement work for him? Mr. Energy,
yeah,
you've got quite a few endorsements for Peter Obi. He's got some organic growth from the southwest, from the north, from the southeast. Is it going to work for your candidate?
Yes, he's going to work for him. In fact, the endorsement coming, we call them organic support His Excellency Peter Obi is getting. But let me make one thing clear to us. There's no human being that have good sense of honor who is not a member of APC who will not support Peter Obi. And if I'm talking about member of APC, it should be like somebody who is in the payroll of APC. Because I can just use that to say that, okay, fine. You say, these people are paying me salary, so I'm doing my work. Here I am. Peter Obi don't know I'm here. I'm here at my own risk. And I'm not expecting money from him. What did I want? A better Nigeria. A Nigeria that my children and their children can live peacefully. A Nigeria where education will be for public, not for selected few. A Nigeria where agriculture, which we are blessed with, will be a main source of income. A Nigeria that will depend on things God have given to us to live. You see, if Nigeria is working well, Nigerians don't know what is recession. The reason we don't know what is recession is that we have all that we need in the ground. I came from a town where we cultivate cassava, yam, cocoyam, rice, vegetable, all kind of vegetable. So in our place, we're not even rich because we don't go to hustle for money. We never get hungry before. We have, if you need fish, you go to what? If you need bush meat, you go inside bush. If you need food, you cultivate. So everything is there. But now, our neighboring town are being chased. I just saw it that there's some gunmen that shooting, killing people. About 30 people is already dead as of yesterday. Now, tell me, how can I feel happy that such government will continue in power? Those people endorsing Peter Obi, they're endorsing Peter Obi with their life. Because those guys cannot move. Ibu have been kidnapped. Some local have been kidnapped. Some local, the other guy have. All of them, almost all of them have been kidnapped. If you're not being kidnapped, maybe you have run away, you're in Abuja, or you have hide somewhere where there's more population. So, if you say that the government in power is not doing well, it's not you saying it, it's reality. Otumba said reality, he's in Ghana saying reality. Otumba, you can't go to my village now and announce it. I used to travel to until 2019 self. I used to travel to my hometown maybe 6, 7, 5 times in a year. I have been there only once. And I came in the night and stay one day, and the next day I sneak out. You can't talk. You can't say anything. That's the situation in Nigeria now. Who told you that Nigeria is good? It's not. This insecurity have killed us. So the endorsement that is getting is good for Biden. And I tell you, P2B will handle it. I tell you, as I'm sitting here, give me Nigeria in 2 years, Nigeria's security will improve. If they didn't improve, I will kill myself. I know what to do. And P2B know what to do. In this life, I'm a businessman. What you do in life is that the one you cannot provide for yourself, you ask for a neighbor. It's very simple to protect Nigeria. Those people come in, they say it's a foreigners, it's the indigenous, don't care. So for us, they have declared yourself bandit, you become an enemy. We deal with you decisively. The reason they are not dealing with the people because some of them, their members are bandit controllers. They are Boko Haram controllers, so they can't kill them their own. And that is what we're suffering. And that's why Nigerians should vote them out now. We have the opportunity. As of 2019, we don't have a good candidate that can match them. Now God has presented P2B, and it is now our opportunity to do that. Everybody, wherever you are in Europe, America, come back home. On February, whatever you are doing, if you don't have voters card, make sure that those people who call you on phone to ask you for 200,000, they have their voter card and they vote for. If they don't vote P2B, go back and tell them to go and collect it from Otumba and there is so.
Now, Mr. Energy, we know how vast Nigeria's political system is, where, like Otumba was saying before we went on the break, you need to have a very, very strong ward structure. You need to have a very, very strong local government structure.
But don't talk too much. Let me tell you what happened. Obedient was so quick and so close. The time Labour Party came up with the presidential candidate of His Excellency P2B was too close to election. Most of the parties have done their convention and everything have gone that way. Let me explain something to you, what you don't know. He lives in Lagos. He don't know what is even happening back there. How the election goes is this. Those structures have not been that format. But if I go to my ward now and say that today we are going for APC, everybody goes for APC. If I say it's PDP, we go for PDP. And today if I'm saying it's Labour Party, everybody goes to Labour. That's the structure. But the reason the first structure was working the way it's working is because they bring money. And those people will be giving them that 5,000 and 10. That's the structure they are talking about. If they hear them talk about structure, it's because of the money they have mapped. They are going to share the money. That is the structure. But listen, and I'm not begging anybody, but I'm pleading with the Nigerians to think well. The last 10,000 they gave you in the election, they were 5,000. How many days did you spend it? Bad government did not know party member because they did not buy their own foodstuff in a different market. Otumbo here, if Nigeria is good for him, he wouldn't be in Ghana. Me and him here, they make picture. Whatever Akufo-Addo says, His Excellency, we bow down. You know the right you have when you are living in your country. It's very high. But we come here, we humble ourselves because we cannot stay in our own country because the government is bad. Let me give you one instance. I was driving one of the road, the Doko Road. I turned my eye, I climbed this pothole, and it just tear one of my tires, break one rim. It's 2 tires and 1 rim. I was able to manage one, but I have to change one before I move. And I have to buy tires here. Brand new tire I bought last year, and I'm buying used one, 250 this year. That pothole, they didn't ask me what is your party affiliation. He just break it. I called one radio station and said, this is the situation, please can you help me? He said he would drive past. Then the other day I saw another guys, I see their own is worse because they just crossed the pothole and they could not move. I said, these people have gotten the same problem I got the other day, and this is more serious. Now, at the end of the day, what we have passed through in Nigeria, anybody who collected 5,000 to vote for APC again, that person, I don't want to insult anybody. He will suffer more than me. What I'm doing is genuine from my heart. What I'm doing is to make sure that even if Obi did not win, I cannot tell myself I didn't do my best. And that is the message I'm passing, that all of us, this Nigeria belongs to us, not the party members. They are just few. Do you understand? That is the structure. They are just few. We can hijack those their structures. In fact, when they get to January, I will be in Nigeria. I will just be in Nigeria and I'll be in my hometown, and I'm going to stay in Enugu and we'll be talking to people on radio. And they hide every structure that came down there. And we're also financing people in the north, making sure that they also hijack all this stuff. Because, listen, those structures you're talking, how far? Those who are farmers cannot go to farm. Those who does business, interstate business, cannot go. Is there any family in Nigeria that have not been affected by this bad government? They're telling me structure my foot. In fact, if anybody raise that structure anywhere, if anything you have, we hit it on that person. Which structure? The country you kill, how much do you want? I came here peaceful. I don't want to shout on my voice because this is not, this man is my friend. But listen, Nigerians
we know whom's the
Nigerians are
you bully people.
Nigerians are taking their country back.
You can continue. You can continue.
I'm going to bully A4 people, and I will bully them again.
Otumba, obedience are organic. I mean, no doubt. They are on social media.
Why would you bring me here? You are talking about obedience. Are you saying my own candidate doesn't have the chance to be the next president? No, I want to know
Otumba.
Reason why.
We spoke with your candidate first. We are coming to talk about his health. He have jumped that.
I think that this is the first time in Nigeria's history that we've seen a candidate generate so much buzz ahead of an election. I could be wrong. But obedience have an organic following. Peter Obi has an organic following, both on social media and on the ground.
Okay.
In as much as he might not have the so-called structure the PDP and the APC might say he lacks, but are you concerned that Peter Obi might cause an upset in February?
What upset? We'll have a normal election, and Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu we win the election and we move on. We set up a new government and we move on. Let me tell you this today. We are all here in 2020 when NSAS started. Nobody could know that maybe we are going to succeed with that, or maybe there will be it will die down.
No, let me tell you one thing.
After the NSAS, NSAS supposed to translate to a political party. After the NSAS, the energy supposed to translate to a political party, huge political party.
According to who?
According to my expectation. Okay. Because with what happens during NSAS, I've not seen so before. I was involved in different riots during the Babangida time, all those times. But the NSAS was extraordinary.
Yeah.
So let's now look at that. Okay, we've been cheated. Okay, they treated us badly. The youth should organize themselves and turn that to a political party. Today, when Excellency Peter Obi wants to contest now, he's supposed to have joined the youth party, which is supposed to have come. But you see, Nigerian youth, we are 5G people. We are good for fun. Even the NSAS, we could not take out fun out of it. Are you getting me? Immediately after the NSAS, what happened? It was after the NSAS we had Lagos State local government election. Yeah. Where is the effect? There was no effect. He was talking about Obi is coming to eradicate kidnapping. There was so much kidnapping under Obi as a governor. He has the worst. Listen to me, please. Let me talk.
Not true.
Listen to me. He has the worst. He has the worst situation of kidnapping. And the Nigerian.
Evans ran away.
Former Governor Obiano
stated what?
Are you getting me? So all what you are saying, you have not been there before, so you don't know what it takes.
I've not been where?
Have you? Is Obi? Has he been the president?
He's a governor.
He's a governor.
So
what was his achievement?
Been there before?
What was his achievement?
Go to Anambra State and see. Is it not you are saying?
So let me have my time. Today, I'm telling you.
Don't you lie.
I'm
Don't
not
talk something
listen. I'm a realist.
You're not a realist. You're not even in a
I'm
real
not a realist.
place. So
you will come back after the February. I'm telling you, there is nothing like Obi. Obi cannot win election. Obi might be popular. Obi is popular in South, East, South, South. Southwest, Obi doesn't have 25. Cannot have 25% in Southwest.
if Obi gets less than 40% in Southwest, then
in
it's not election we have
East. Where is it coming? Where is it getting it from?
But
so when you heap this will be too much. Yes, it has made an impact. People have spoken. Are you getting me? So let's wait. We are not talking. We are talking about 92 million votes.
But let's talk.
Like 92 million voters. We are not talking about Southeast or South alone. Nigeria is not about Anambra or its village that is saying that it will stand. The way you are standing, that we are going to vote for. Some people are standing. We are going to vote for Tinubu.
Yes.
So
that is structure. I understand.
So don't be saying that people. Not every Nigerian that will follow you. You have your stand definitely. Where you have it. And with the other part, the other candidates. The Atiku and the Tinubu also have their. You see what we are saying, Obi, like what he said, Obi is short. To take power, you can't do that within 1 year, 2 years. It's a 4 years, 5 years program that for you to take out these two parties.
Are you
that is our advantage.
Are you discrediting the endorsements Obi has had, even from top personalities from the Southwest?
There is nothing like biggest respect to the Afenifere and our leaders. Are you getting me? They are our fathers, but they don't have the political control of Southwest.
Yes.
They spoke against Buhari in 2019. Buhari won Southwest. So all what they are talking about, let me tell you, it's not only in Nigeria. Look at Ghana. Ghana since 1992, it was NPP, NDC. We saw Parkway syndrome. We saw the huge number that followed him. On the day election, what was the reflection? United States of America since 1868, it has been Republican and Democrat. Let me tell you, for you to have a structure, you might say that there is people. But structure, that's what I've told you, from local government, you have to have somebody that will stand in the ward, that will work for the party for years in the ward to tell people to mobilize people. If I have to stand in the ward, I need to get another 10, 20 people to work with me in the ward. Before we talked about local government, we have 8,809 wards in Nigeria. We have 774 local government. So Obi doesn't have that strength. It's not about what he's saying. I
laugh in the Latin.
I don't want to go so most of the things he's saying. Obi doesn't have anything to offer.
Please wrap up for me.
Obi doesn't have, because earlier I mentioned about local government. That is the closest local government to you. If I go to my local government, if I go to Nigeria now, I have to go to my local government. I don't have water. I don't need to go to governor's office. Obi, 8 years of governance, he did not conduct local government election. Bola Tinubu every year, up to date, since 1999, every year we conducted local government. He was sitting down there, he stated that they didn't release local government allocation under Obasanjo. But Tinubu was financing local government through the local government fund. So these are people, when you are very, very intelligent and you check the leadership of Obi, you know that he has nothing to offer. All what he's saying is just bula bula bala bulu balu balu bulu baba. So you should let us face reality. Yes, I don't care about this popularity.
Azuma, let me switch you, Chief. Chief Unaji, your final words before then we wrap up.
Nigeria should take their country back. Otumba was talking and he told that the whole issue is about Obi. It's not about Obi. It was about Nigerians. It's not even about youth. It's about all Nigerians, whether young or old.
It's about Obi. Showore was there. You people support him.
Obi
Showore was younger.
Let me tell you, Obi came to the picture because of his personality. And I would give you one. His integrity. His can-do attitude. He is Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a multi-millionaire living in London, a business tycoon, who was able to access over 10 million facility from Bank of England. He has nothing of need. When they told him to come to run for Anambra election, he told them, God forbid, that he wouldn't do that. He had to be at the point where he was lectured, and a white man told him that he should go back to his country and build a public wealth. Peter Obi is a public wealth builder, and he came to Anambra and he left 75 billion. And this man are crying. Tinubu left the debt of 1.6
He has changed his mouth that he left 10 billion. So you people, we don't know where you are getting the 75 billion from.
He didn't say 10 billion.
He was on a rise news
Can you just
debate,
wait, my friend? Don't tell me. He left 10 billion in 4 banks. He left $58 million.
At where?
He left in Access, Fidelity.
He said it's 13 million.
My friend, I will give you his.
We don't even. We don't.
I will give you his handover letter.
You even listens to what Soludo said. Why are you
here? He is a world builder. Soludo have disgraced himself.
Please conclude for me. So we'll wrap up.
His Excellency Peter Obi is a world builder. He's a public world builder, and that is why we were able to connect with him. You're talking about before NSAS, they should have formed a party. They wouldn't have formed a party because they say, who is their leader? Tinubu and his group have killed some youth, and they wanted the leader to catch to put in prison. You think the youth don't have sense? And they just said we have no leader, and that is why that was end. But this time is a different ballgame. Let me tell you, Nigeria should not be afraid of them. The way I face Otumba is the way we are going to face everybody. They will not do anything for us. It's our money they have stolen. They are going to vomit it. Anybody who gave you money, collect it. It's their money. The money they're supposed to use to build electricity for you, they put it in their pocket. If they bring it out now, take it. The money for roads, if they bring it out now, collect it. Don't vote for them. These people, they are damages. Vote for Labour Party P2B. He is a wealth builder. Thank you very much, Baba. Sorry for your time. I know you are trying to stop me.
That's fine. That has been a conversation on Election Desk on Nigeria TV. Doing the conversation with me is Otumba Lukman, representative from the All Progressive Congress, and Mr. Chukwuemeka Nnaji of the Labour Party is an obedient.
It's like you brought it.
My name is Babatunde Adelakende. I'll see you next time.